Last week, the remaining Michael Jackson impersonator in Osun State won election. Yes, he was re-elected as governor of the state, Governor Adeleke. And it was a big deal. He didn't know it would be this easy. INEC did not wait till 3 a.m. to announce the winner. Nobody was told to go to court. He won. And there were people, governors from different states, APC governors that came to make sure that he won't win. But he won. Wonderful thing. So what did he do? He had to go and show the certificate of return given to him by INEC to people, the people who thought he wouldn't do that. Who will not do something like that? It's the right thing to do. Take it to those people and show it to them. Take a look.
Thank you. How are you? How are you doing? How are you? How are you, sir? How are you, my brother? Good, sir. Good to see you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
With this, we celebrate democracy. Peace for all.
Amen.
And a united, well-endowed state of Osun. You did not conquer anybody. You won election.
Wait a minute. Why are you saying that? He conquered. He's not. Oh no. He ran with it. No. He snatched it. You did not conquer anybody. Really? I didn't. What is happening? What changed?
That is the essence of democracy. Don't make a single individual a victim of your campaign. All for the reconciliation.
Wow. You would be shocked if you just landed in Nigeria or anywhere in the world and you're seeing this man talking now. You'd be like, who is this man? He's talking about the tenets of democracy. You did not conquer anybody. Try to reconcile. You would know that he's from a political party where their former president said that everybody should expect him to give things to people who gave him 97% of the votes compared to those who gave him 7% of the votes. No, you would think that he came from somewhere else. Let's listen to him more.
Expand your coast.
Wow.
That is the only way you can give thanks to Osun people. Not the way you sang it or celebrate it. It's the way you act it.
I'm here to thank Mr. President, the father of the nation, because he fought for this democracy. That is why he allowed free and fair election. And that is the result. That is why I'm here to say thank you for making sure that democracy lives in Nigeria.
Keep quiet. Now, when they talk about this free and fair election, remember almost 50 people died as we were campaigning for this election that happened. Almost 50 people. And to them it's free and fair. And when they say that the president, we are thanking him for allowing, you see, we are so far away from where we should be. That's why things are the way they are. Why should we thank him for not rigging the election? Essentially, because all he could have done is to rig the election. I don't get it. But anyway, forget about what I think. Somebody more smarter than I am explain what happened. There have been many theories why he won, why he didn't, why the government in power couldn't get him out despite the things they tried to do. Somebody explain that. Let me play you the video.
I know the effort made by the federal government, but I do know that parties in the election will make efforts to win election. There's nothing wrong in that. But federal government are part of the federal government. I'm sure that if the president wanted to win Osun at all costs, I would be involved. And I would have been there. And the governor would have known that it would have been different. Election is not won one day.
See?
It's not one day.
Wicked, thank you. Thank you. It's enough. Thank you for explaining this to us. Because I've been wondering, how could this happen? The problem was that Tinubu sent his second 11, not the first 11. If Wiki had been on ground, people open their mouth and just talk in Nigeria. They don't care. They are untouchable. The law cannot reach them. Nobody can do anything to them. They don't care. Look at what a sitting minister is saying. That if the president had wanted to get the state by all means, he would have deployed him. Anyway, this is the war. This is the country we're in. But something very important also happened. The people of Osun State, they were watching what was going on, and they sent a warning to the governor. Their governor, the one they re-elected. They said to him, look, we don't care what you're doing, but just don't tell us who to vote for. The fact that we voted for you doesn't mean that you are going to tell us who to vote for in the next election. Let me play that for you guys.
Baba Nurudini Jackson. Ẹ má fàyọ̀ fọ́ o. Ẹ má fàyọ̀ fọ́ o. Àwọn ọmọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ni ẹ dúró tì bí wọ́n ṣe dúró tì. Olójú tó ṣojú gàdàgbọ̀n gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn bàbá tí a ti máa sọ kò lè ní ọlọ́nà méjì. Ajé òsìlè rorò kó sójúlé méjì. Ìbò Ọ̀ṣun State táà ti dì fún yín jẹta. Tẹ́ ẹ ti jáwé olúborí ní kọ́lọ́hún ó ṣe kẹjọ permanent tẹ́ ẹ fi parí ìjọba tí. Ẹ má fi Tinubu lọ́kàn balẹ̀ wípé ìbò Ọ̀ṣun tọ́jọ́ presidential election tá a fẹ́ di jẹ́dá ìsìsì kẹ́fí lọ́kàn balẹ̀ pé ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ó dìbò fún irú erékèrè wo lẹ̀ ṣe fún sẹ́yìn náà ṣé ẹ tó dàgbà tó báyìí ní èjì yín ẹ ṣe làkàyè ni sẹ́yìn tí ọba fẹ́ ni sẹ́yìn mọ́ fagídí fẹ́ ni wọ́n kó 16 governor senate president odidi national chairman gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wọ́n kò tì í lọ́rùn ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ní kọ̀sọ̀ náà sẹ́yìn tí ọba fẹ́ ni sẹ́yìn mọ́ fagídí fẹ́ ni ẹ wá ń ṣe a thanksgiving speech ẹ wá ń sọ fún Tinubu pé wọ́n ti terrorist system ọmọ sọ́ọ́dí ẹ wá mú àlọ́ dìbò fún jẹ́ǹjẹ́ àná iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ tiyín ló mú yín dépò iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ tiyín náà tẹ̀wọ̀n débẹ̀ tó bá ti sẹ́kọ̀tà tó bá di sáàbù ẹ̀ ṣé ṣẹlẹ̀ Yorùbá wá jẹ́bi tí wọ́n ti máa gun irú àwọn bàbá tiwa ní kútùpà ẹ̀sìn ni wọ́n gbé gorí ẹ̀sìn lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ẹ̀ sọ̀pàkọ́ nù ṣé ká tó àtẹ̀yìn kùtùpà kẹ́ ẹ tó gbọ́ àlẹ́sìn lẹ́ẹ̀kejì ni kọ́ẹ̀sì agbára yín ọ̀ka Nurudini Jackson gọ́vnọ̀ Adeleke agbára yín ọ̀ka pé kí gbogbo ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ká dìbò ẹ̀ máàsì fún Tinubu agbára yín ọ̀ka ẹ má lọ gbowó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ yín o.
So Michael Jackson, you've been warned. Nigeria is a wonderful country. So they did not just stop by Bola Tinubu's office. They also went to see the man who said that if he had been there, this thing would not have happened. If the president had deployed him, this would not have happened. And in fact, he warned the opposition. Wike warned the opposition to start crying now because he's coming on stage in the election coming up. Let's watch that.
Even if you will lose the election, even if I'm so bad, I didn't do well during my time, for example, why the winning man will be scoring 500-something thousand, second person will be scoring 400-something thousand, the third person will be scoring 17,000. A party that a former governor just recently, come on. Then when it gets to the national election, that's when the party will win there. Try. Yeah, try. Please, we shouldn't be counting about all this. They know. So the only thing they can do now is, as usual, start crying. But if it is to win an election, no.
It won't happen. This is an amazing country. You have to understand what's going on. So Wike has warned the opposition, Atiku and Peter Obi and all those people, Showore, all those people who are getting excited because of what happened in Osun State, that this is this is just, it's just a play. They just let you play. And being that Delegate understands what is going on, he had to go to see Wike in Abuja, and he took his nephew, Davido. Let's watch.
I won't. I beat you guys. No. You beat them. I beat you guys. No, you beat them.
Wait a minute. Davido opened his mouth and said, I won. We beat you. And Wike just looked at him and said, do you want, are you sure? Do you know I built houses for judges? Do you want to go there? And Davido got it. He got the message. I don't want to go there. No. He had to go down. Watch it again. Okay. You don't hear him now? Davido had to ask, please don't take it to the next level. We know you are in charge of the judges, all the courts in Nigeria. You give them houses. If you just give them signal that this is what I want you to. Nigeria. So that's what happened, and that's where we are. And the opposition, they all went to, not all of them, they went to sign their peace accord, the normal thing they do every year before the election, sign a peace accord so that they won't kill people, they won't fight during the election, that it will go well. Because if you think about it, if 50 people died in Osun State, and you expand that, if you just say that is the standard, and because people are saying that this was a wonderful election, if we have to lose 50 people in each state of the federation, we will end up in an election that will come up in January. We'll end up losing 50 times 36 plus Abuja. So you can do the math and see the number of people that will die just for an election. So they do what they normally do, which is to go and sign a peace accord. I know. I think we didn't show up. Tinubu did not show up, but look at the people that showed up. And
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the signing of the peace accord is not a mere ceremony. It's not just putting ink on paper, because the ink will definitely dry up. But it's about taking concrete action in ensuring that we build a more peaceful and humane society. And then, to crown out the signing of the peace accord, please permit us as we invite the aide chairman to come forward as we await this to sign on the peace accord. INEC chairman, please, Your Excellency, please come forward.
INEC chairman was there, P2B was there, Showere, Prince, Adebayo. They were all there, but Atiku was not there. I guess Atiku got the hint that Tinubu was not coming. He said, why will I go? He actually gave an excuse, a reason why he didn't go. Not that anybody cares, but he did give reason why he didn't go. Let me show you guys the reason he gave why he did not show up. African Democratic Congress explained that the presidential candidate Atiku did not attend the signing of the National Peace Accord, saying that the decision was intended to protest what he described as the failure of the process to effectively blah, 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 blah. Anyway, Atiku was not there. The people that were there signed. Tinubu was not there. INEC chairman was there, but Tinubu was not there. You can say, well, what is the point? But this is tradition. So that made me think, with P2B started his campaign, he made a speech this week where he was demanding from Nigerians, and Nigerians should make sure that all the presidential candidates, that they explain to the Nigerian people what they are going to do, that they participate in debates. Someone who did not come to sign a peace accord, why will he participate in a debate with anybody? Why? And nothing will happen because you guys have set that as a standard. Presidential debate is for anybody who wants to come. If you don't want to come, you stay home. Yeah. So that's where we are with politics. There were other things that happened in Nigeria this week that I think is important to mention to you guys. You know, people call me when they address me. They don't call. Some people say Dr. Damages. No. Normal people say Dr. Damages. There are people who say Dr. Damage. And I always thought about, should I just stop them? You know? But I say, no, it's not important. It's not, you know, what's the use? Whether they call me doctor, whether they call me damage or remove the S. I don't know why they decide to take out the S, you know, just, but I swallow it. But that changed. It, from today, that has changed. No more. Because I didn't know that somebody calling you Rudolph, calling you by your first name, it's an abomination. Let's watch.
Okay. Good morning, Tony.
Tony.
I said good morning, Tony.
Okay, no, you won't call me Tony. I'm not those people. You call me Mr. Lumelu or Theory. You won't call me Tony or Chairman. That is, I don't subscribe to that kind of Oyibo life, okay? All right.
Wow. I know you guys have been looking at this, debating this. My issue was that he was putting on tie and suit and he was talking about Igbo life. I don't get it. I don't get it. That's I couldn't go beyond that point. If he's wearing abada with one of these Tinubu's hat, I will understand that. But you're putting on tie and suit and you say you don't subscribe to Igbo life. Now, most of you have seen this. We actually have a video of him relaxed, taking it in when another woman called him Tony.
Hi, Tony. It's so great to have you here. Thank you for being with us today.
Good to meet you too.
You are one of the most celebrated and most decorated business leaders in Africa, and I would posit the world. So it's truly an honor to be able to host you at Stanford this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
We watched.
Wow. He didn't stop her? Okay, that's Oyibo country. You know, this is the problem. If I think the issue was that all these corporate executives, they are not sure what they want to do. Whether they want to roll with Yoruba or they want to roll with Africa, I don't know. But I think it wasn't a good deal because they created this culture of abandoning the African traditional approach to these things, and then when people who they groomed, you know, they wanted to be like a modern kind of managers, they talk to you in the same language, the same culture you set up in your corporate establishment. Now you have issue with that. Nonsense. All right. There's something more important, really. There are a lot of things that are more important than all these things. We're just touching on issues that are kind of funny, but this is something very important. Watch. These are Nigerians scooping diesel from a tanker that I don't know, broke down, probably. These are the people that we were fighting for. These are the people we are fighting for. I thought it was an old video. I didn't know it was a new video. It made me think that maybe, you know, Yeah, I almost got there. And maybe it's totally useless. You know, if this is not about politics, this is about making the right choice who to vote for your own sake. This is about your own life, that you could take this risk, this number of people, and that you've seen what could happen. They've seen it before. It has happened in many places, but it didn't matter. So how do you convince any of these people now to make the right choice when they go to vote? How? When they couldn't make the right choice about their lives. How will you convince them? We have a lot of work to do. It's not easy. Things are terrible. That people don't care if they live or die, because you can't tell me that they care. Or maybe they prayed and they felt that God will not let it happen to them. Yes, that may be the issue. I forgot that part. All right, I'm talking too much. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to touch on a few other things. So there was this guy who was living luxury life in Lagos, but people didn't know that he was dealing in drugs.
When you look at the car you drive from upstairs, are you proud? Are you excited? Does it give you joy? Or it's just something I have to use from one place to the other? Now, this is Casey's garage. He's looking at his cars from upstairs. Which do you think is the best in his garage? Guys, see cars.
So that was the garage of Casey Luxury, who is one of those big boys in Lagos. But people didn't know that he was dealing in drugs until he was caught by the Drug Enforcement Agency in Nigeria. He was about to escape from the country. They caught somebody. No, they didn't catch anybody. He was sending drugs through courier service, and they found out and arrested somebody who said he was the source. He wanted to escape. They arrested him in Lagos. So watch him being at the drug agency's custody, counting the number of wraps of drugs that he was sending to Europe, I believe. This is a big boy. So it raises so many questions, and it ties to the main story of the week, which was the never-ending President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's case in the United States. There are a lot of people in Nigeria who carry themselves as legitimate business people, but underneath the cover they have for themselves, they are really doing terrible things. And he's one of them. And there are so many like him in Nigeria. So many. So he has been seen with some prominent people. These are the people who we hang out with, famous guys, people who are rich and famous, and they spend money, and people don't know what they actually do. It's quite a bust, and I wonder the next person. I'm sure they are saying it won't happen to me, and they won't catch me. No. All right. I just wanted to point that out. But let me also tell you that in the case, Bola Tinubu's case going on in the United States, today where we are is that the FBI, they've been filing cases. They want the judge to come and see the evidence that they have. They want to tell the judge that they cannot. No, that's what they tell the judge. They cannot make it public because people will die. Yeah, that's the exact word, that people will die, that their methods of collecting information will be exposed. Essentially, what they call national security will be compromised if they make it public, what they have on Bola Ahmed Tinubu, what they have in his file. So they're telling the judge to forget about it. And most likely the judge will look at what they have and say, Jesus Christ. forget about it. Yes, that's where we are. It doesn't look good. But of course, for most Nigerians, it's nothing. Doesn't mean anything. This is more important than anything else. It's more important than anything. Even if Bola Tinubu is going to make Nigeria look like Dubai, the fact that his compromise should scare Nigerians more than anything else. But it's a long conversation. Our people are not yet there where they will understand these issues, implications of these issues. But that's what is going on. One last thing, Umahi, David Umahi, the one that is moving around like a normal person after that lady died in his house and we don't hear anything about that. Well, I've been hearing stories that the road from Lagos, if you go from Benin to Nisha or to Benin, and that road is horrible, terrible. People spend hours on the road. Some sleep on the road. Meanwhile, the man is busy building Lagos to Calabar road. So look at the video that I got from people who were stuck on the road, and let's see.
Sir, everybody they blame Governor Monday. David to my honorable minister of works. If you not say the work when I give you, you not fit to resign. Resign. The success, see people, just look. Then I just say to bypass, oh, see people. You they do coastal road, existing road. Some of us have been here for 6 hours, for 4 hours. For only bypass yourself. Now the traffic now go that side, so yeah. Just see. In fact, it's still long. David, to mind, your children go fit pass this road. Your own children. We care all of you now, our children go fit pass this road. As we are not sorry for the poor masses, so if we talk to them, they'll say they want to arrest us. Now we want petition. The suffering is too much. Okay, David, to mind. Why do you want to campaign for Tinubu? Why do you want to campaign for Tinubu? Tell me, why do you want to campaign for Tinubu? Now this road, I don't carry my bag for it. Now I don't leave motor when I pay for. I don't carry my bag for it. I don't leave motor when I pay for. Make a tread, fine bike. Everything, look people, see.
This guy government, now bad government be that. They don't do that all.
Bad government. Wicked people. David, you know the story for us. If you don't do what, resign. You don't carry a body, bro. I don't need my motor. I'm not the one to pay you.
Now, wow.
All right. Meanwhile, the David Umahi of a guy is busy telling the Southeast that they have to vote for Tinubu or else. No, that's not how you put it. Let me just play the video.
Southeast must vote for President Bola Tinubu 2027. Southeast must know that our votes alone cannot make our brother, His Excellency, P2P, to be president. No, we have to be strategic. And for those that misunderstand us, His Excellency P2P is my friend, my colleague. We been governors. It might be a senior one, but governor is governor. And we also contested presidential intention together. You didn't get, I didn't get. But, I'm happy, for the president I serve now that got it. So And automatically, by the reason of what he's doing all over the country, I continue to say to the people of Southeast, I'm on the ballot. I'm on the ballot because the ballot is about democracy. The ballot is about what you bring for your people. And I have a bragging right to the glory of God.
He has a bragging right. And that road looks this way. He has a bragging right. And he's going to tell thousands of people who are going to travel, are traveling every day on this road, that they should vote for parliamentary. I don't understand. If you understand, please help me. I'm rounding up. One last thing. Why we're saying this, the way the country is. There's someone preparing for war, singing war song in Igbo. Let's watch him. That's Joey Bokwe, APC's, I don't know what his position is, but a member of the APC in Lagos, singing that if you block their way, they are going to push you down. If you bring your mom or your dad, we push them down. He's pushing people down, but the result is what we do it for you, not singing war songs. What have you accomplished? How are people feeling about the government that you are part of? That's the simple question. It's nothing else. I don't get it. All right, I'm out of time. I really want to thank you. But most of the things you see, actually, has a way of, there's one last video I saw that I think is very important. Retired military officers were protesting in Abuja. Maybe they were not paid their pension or gratuity or whatever it is, but they were protesting and they were confronted by the same people who are still in active service. Let's watch.
No. You cannot stop me. You cannot. We are not talking about that. We are doing the process. We are working for you people. We are working for that. We are working for that. We can't demand in our country. Today is a good day to die. Today is a good day to die. Please, wait. For those soldiers. Today is a good day to die. Listen. We are working for you. Let's go. We're not working with Kagani. We are not working with that is the first question. Please, can you call somebody from there? So that we can go. We are looking for negotiations and we are calling for. Let us understand why we are placed in this condition. When I was pressing bullets and bombs in the jungles and swamps of Liberia and Sierra Leone, I didn't scare bullets and bombs. So who is scaring me? Nobody is firing. It's a good day to die. Nobody is firing.
It's a good day to die. Former army officers protesting and being calmed down by current army officers. I'm wondering, the officers who were trying to calm them down, are they thinking that the same thing will happen to them? Because that's what I see in Nigeria. Continuous cycle comes and goes. Victims today, tomorrow new people will become victims of the same problem, the same issues that we failed to address. The same issue, we failed to address them. We refused to address them. We think that it's only impacting the other person. It won't impact us. But that's the way life works. At the end, we all become victims of those problems we failed to solve. When you see a truck broke down in the middle of the road, Anybody can become a victim. Maybe you're traveling at night or you saw it by accident and it was late to stop, you were speeding, you become a victim. So we're all connected that way. And the fact that we miss this all the time in every issue, that what is happening in Osun State should be of interest to you. What's happening in Sokoto, where people are being kidnapped and killed, should be of concern to you, because eventually we will all become victims. How did Peter B say this? Yes, I remember now. That the society we abuse today will take its revenge on our children. Maybe your children is not in that country, but I'm sure the children of some people you know are in that country. And I'm sure if anything should happen to them, you will not be happy. All right. That's it for today. It's really touching to see retired army officers being treated this way. If you treat them that way, how will you treat the people who are serving today? Other pensioners, how they've been treated. All right, I will see you guys on the show. Thank you so much for watching. Take care.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I'll explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your
hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down. Okay.
Children are born and put on a rubber stool. No, I tell people, Dr. Damages, you need to come, if you want to know the level of poverty in Nigeria, you need to enter the Nigerian hospital. You'll be walking at the doctor, sometimes you cry. Sometimes we use our money to give patients. So when people see doctors go on strike, I get mad. I had to leave. It's painful. You see a child that you're taking care of. After a few days, the child is getting retrogressing. The child is getting worse by the day because the drug you recommended, you prescribe for the child, they cannot take the child's prescription to the pharmacy. There is no money. They don't have money in their account. The little baby that is so fragile, you manage to take their blood sample. They cannot process the blood sample because the person at the lab said no, they don't have the money in their account. They will take my salary if I process this sample. So you watch the innocent baby go retrogress. What do? You take our money from your pocket and give that parent, mother, please go and put in this account. Let me see this child get better. And we're here defending thieves because they give you $5,000, $1,000. What is $1,000? Children are born and put on plastic chairs in Nigeria. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we'll call Obi stingy. Let him be prudent and let us have functioning hospitals. Let us have good roads. Our people are dying. Children are dying by the day. I had somebody when I was in Calabar, and when I was still a medical student, the man I used to buy something from at Amaya Market, his child was born premature. Guess what? But the child was older than the other child that survived. Why did his child die? Because the child missed the last incubator that was available. The other child that was born that was weaker had the incubator. His child did not have any incubator. They had to wrap the child and put a lamp beside him. That child died. Oh. And you people have the effrontery to come here and defend Tinubu Atiku.
Oh no, it's so sad. It's so sad.
You want to know poverty? Enter the hospitals of Nigeria. You don't know nothing. So we have to be very careful what we say. Very careful. There's poverty in the land.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation. If you are not aware.
So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like a Yabloko. Please do not.
Okay, let me
You can
respond
speak
to
for
him.
anybody,
One
but
second
do not
there.
defend a character like Yabloko. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. What?
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is August 22nd, 2026. It's a beautiful day here in New York City. I'm hopeful that wherever in the world you are, you're having a good day. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Have Your Say, which is a show that we set up for you to have your say on issues in the news. I've had my say in the last 30 minutes, so I'll keep quiet while you guys have your say. My job is to moderate, help you discuss these issues. There are so many things in the news. One of them is politics kicked in this week. It's now open platform, open forum for Nigerian politicians to politic and discuss what they are going to do for the people. And activities are kicking in. We saw so many things going on. So we're going to talk about that. We spend more time on those issues because we have how many days left before the election? Probably about 100 and something days left before the election. So it's very important from now on. International news, Putin sends Critic to jail. That's not a news story. It happens all the time, but it's something in the news. Federal government withdraws appeal against Nnamdi Kanu. They were trying to push for death penalty, but now they decided that it's not necessary, that he should just stay in prison for the time he was given, I think, life in prison. So people think it's politics. We're going to touch on that. Another news, forest guards. They hired recently, they trained and hired forest guards to help us guard our forests in Nigeria. We are reading stories that most of them have decided that they have to abandon their duty posts because they were not being paid, which should surprise people who have not been following the Nigerian story. You hire people, but you are not paying them for the job they are doing. But that's a country we have today. So we're going to touch on that and so many issues that came up in the course of the week and the ones we've been monitoring. And part of that is also the election that happened last Saturday, because we were live when the election was going on. Nobody actually knew how it would end. We all saw how it ended, the way that INEC conducted the election. We will touch on that and see what everybody's take is on the issues. So again, thank you so much for joining us. If you are just joining us, welcome. You can like and share the link, and you can subscribe if you have not subscribed, and put on your seatbelt, because this show is not like any other show. You are in charge. It's your show, and what you make of it is what it's going to be. Whoever comes here, they are the people that we are going to talk to. So I appreciate all of you, those who have joined us and those who will join us. And we are going to go live and bring you in and begin the conversation. Again, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So I can see Mr. James. Mr. James is always here early. Thank you, Mr. James. So I see Ovie. Ovie, thank you so much for being here. I see Sola. Sola, thank you so much for being here. How is everyone doing? Let me start with you, Mr. James. I didn't talk to you before the show. How are you doing?
Well, I think I'm all right.
How is the Gambia?
It's raining.
It's raining?
The rainy season, yes.
Okay.
But the rainy season is up.
Okay. Any story you're monitoring from there?
What do you mean, locally here?
No. It doesn't have to be local. International story.
Well, I'm tired of saying I'm tired of Nigeria. So the issue is,
I don't think deep down you are tired, Mr. James. I think it's just frustration, because if you are tired, you won't be paying attention to the news. You won't care. There are people who do not care. They signed off. It doesn't matter what's going on. They don't care. They don't follow.
I wish we can even use this platform to discuss issues like literature, Greek literature, Roman literature, apartheid literature, Nigerian Civil War literature. That will be more beneficial to us than these politicians we're talking about.
I hear you. I hear you. But in the past we've tried to bring people in the other fields. Even literature, even entertainment. Sometimes our people want to talk about politics, so we always mix it up. I'll bring more people who are in different fields, entertainers.
Shakespeare was it not? Shakespeare in Julius Caesar. Cassius was telling Brutus, "Dear Brutus, the fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings." So all this nonsense we are talking about every day, we are the cause. So when we are tired of saying we are tired, we will know what to do.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me come to you, Ovie. Welcome to the show.
Jamo, assalamu alaikum.
That's the goal. Oh my God.
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I'm good until I started listening to you, and I become conflicted.
Yeah. That's the idea. The idea is to set up people thinking in different directions, and then we come and iron it out. So, what are you following? What stories are you paying attention to?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say, Mr. James, good to see you again, and I want to differ with you a little bit that there's nothing more literature than politics. Don't be surprised that 50, 60, 700 years from now, Dr. Dami's show will be a book to be discussed in our secondary school or even university classroom. So when you talk about the Shakespeares of our time today are the likes of Donald Trump, who have not just overwhelmed the system, but totally in control. So there's nothing more literature than what we do here every day. And we talk about history too, and your perspective, and I think to be specific, bring that the historical part of literature to bear. So I think you should see it from that light. And we're evolving. So the change is not going to happen overnight. The change that you want, I think we are evolving. We'll get there one day. And Dr. Dameji, I said I become conflicted because the part where you say that anything that happened to Masak, we should be all concerned. That everybody should be, anything that happened to anybody, I just use Masak to be in a straight conversation. That anything that happened anywhere should concern anybody. I disagree with you based on the energy you establish and your school of thought that you portrayed last week when I talk about the Osu election, how our other political parties have failed to show up. You said that it's not important to them. And I became worried because if every election is not important to every political party, and you are now projecting that whatever happens anywhere everybody should be concerned, how would that awareness go around if what happened in Ososo, election that happened in Ososo, every political party is involved? How would they bring what happened in Ososo to be in Sokoto, in Maiduguri, or to Indonesia? So as far as we are concerned, political parties are part of those institutions that were said are not working in the system. If we cannot get our political parties right, we are not doing our job. And there are channels of information these days in today world whereby we all belong to one echo chamber or the other. Anything that comes to the obedient angle through obedient angle is the authentic. And if the OB political party is not interested in everything, then the information is limited. And people that belongs to the mandate, the mandate that we stand, if anything that comes from there is the authentic. And if they are not interested in anything, so we are, so I became concerned when you are projecting to front, and at the same time, maybe without knowing. That's where I get conflicted. But other than that, I follow trends, not really news. I follow just like the video you show about the Oshu where the winner, immediately begin to patronize the sitting president that I support you and all that. I know, yes, it's open to interpretation, but what I see there should be troubling, because even we can pretty much display without saying it out loud that it is not over until we say it's over. the victory can be taken away from him just like that. Via the judiciary, and nothing can be done about it. It's not going to be news because it's the president. From the days of Obasanjo, it happened. So for me, I followed that we should be concerned. And the blatant display of tribalism and regionalism, if you have to, water it down, when the man is saying that I support him because not just because he's son of Oshu State, because he's a Yoruba elder, he's a Yoruba man, and for some reason, commentators and pundits seems to just overlook it. But that is at the core of our problem: identity politics. Yeah, those are the things I follow. And
all right, thank you so much, Vie. Let's go to Sola. Sola, welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome. Good evening, everyone. I hope you all can hear me very well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just before you continue, anybody who wants me to put chief to their name and any way you want me to address you, I don't want anybody to wash me down. Any way you want me to address you, let me know. If you want me to put Mr. Chief, Doctor, anything, go ahead, Sola.
I would like you to put Professor, Doctor, Mr. Just put all the titles in front of my name. Because at the end of the day, I don't want you to call me by my name now. Mm-hmm. One thing that has been on my mind, and I think later on it reflected, is the video of the guy that had drugs. Who was nabbed by the NDLEA. And it wasn't the major one on my mind, but one thing that I always look at, I project forward, I look at things, even though it's not in the news, but the moment it's in the periphery, I try to fixate on it. And one of the things is Lagos. I'm so concerned about Lagos. Lagos and the rate and the increase of joblessness, of these jobless youth, the growing population of jobless youth, and who are these guys? These guys that are nabbed, who is he selling those drugs to? The same boys. And apart from them, also their godfathers as well. So I'm a bit concerned. You can't walk in Lagos now, any part of Lagos where you don't get harassed, you don't get, even if you're driving in Lagos, they hold you, they want to do anything. It's absolutely somehow ridiculous. So that's one thing, a concern. And the second one was what I just saw yesterday, which at the end of the day, a lot of people are not talking about it, is the terrorist state of Israel. They've gone to Syria, I think the northern part of Syria, to blow the tarmac, which is the military base that Turkey is using. So a lot of people are not seeing it. And, it's absolutely It's just really difficult. A lot of people and Christians, I don't know how naive, and I think it's just sheer stupidity as Christians thinking, Israel is a Christian country. It's not. Less than 2% of their whole population is Christians. And we are dubbing it as a Christian. And they are hiding under this canopy to perpetrate evil, killing of people, murdering children. It's not been said in the news. CNN went over the weekend. They went to a Palestinian place where the father went there to see where they beat his son. And it is still a Palestinian settlement. They beat the boy to death. Even while they were going, he's on CNN, so anybody can go and verify it. They were trying to stab their tires, the settlers. So it is only the Arabs. I'm not a Muslim, I'm a Christian. So by the way, so that they won't say, oh yeah, he's Muslim. I don't care anyway. It is only the Arabs that they will say, oh, they are terrorists. But every other people, they are not terrorists. Now, like the US, Syria, their president, who more or less they had a bounty on his head, now is a good guy. He's a very, very good guy. And that one is set aside. Qatar, the last time Trump was in, he dubbed them as a terrorist state as well. And I believe at the end of the day, and currently of all the countries in the world, it's only Israel that will tell you they don't have nuclear weapons. They can't tell you they have nuclear weapons till now. And I think it's not right at the end of the day. If we are all practicing democracy, we should be able to live with one another. Does it mean that the Hamas has not committed atrocities? The October 7th atrocities? Yes, you go after them and you more or less deal with Hamas. But when you more or less kill children, women, just normal people, I don't think it's right. So in the Nigerian context, is the growth of joblessness in terms of these touts and these agburos, that cocaine is now flaunting everywhere in Nigeria, in Lagos, especially Lagos, and I know about this very well. Cocaine, crack is a normal thing, especially in Lekki. If you know people around Lekki, they will tell you. So there's a lot of other things at the end of the day. I don't want to talk about Nigerian election. I just want to see the Shariat that is going to come out in January 2027 so that we know where we are going. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sola. I'm happy you brought up the issue of Middle East, especially Israel and what's happening in Gaza and West Bank. I was listening to the news today about how Israeli settlers were treating Palestinians in Gaza and West Bank, and sometimes you don't find it in local news. And yeah, all right, maybe we'll get time. We'll touch on that. Maska, welcome to the show.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Or is it Mr. Rudolph now? I think Mr. Rudolph is.
I'm okay with Mr. for now, until I am watching the trend.
No, I totally agree with you.
Your audio, your volume is low. I don't know.
Is it better now?
Okay, I can hear you.
But that means it's not better.
No, it's good. It's good. No, it's good. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm sure this is the segment where you ask people whether they have anything to add or subtract.
Yeah.
Nothing for me to add or subtract.
All right.
You have your 100%.
Thank you, Maska. All right, let's go to Chief Declan. Chief Declan, you got a chieftaincy title.
Yes, you gave that to me, since everybody's worried about titles.
Oh, I should have showed. I didn't know you were coming. I would have brought the video where you got that in Kanu. Yeah, it actually was there. Your own is legit. But thank you so much for joining us.
No, sorry.
Yeah, no,
Mr.
I'm here.
I'm
here for the Tinubu stuff. I can't wait.
There's no way you can't be a chief. You have to be, and there has to be an emir or something like. We don't give chiefs.
Don't worry, Master. Maybe, but before the end of the show, I'll play you videos of him with at the Emir's Palace in Kanu, last 2 years ago, I think. So it's legit. Go ahead, Declan.
No, I've just been following all the Tinubu FBI documents and so on. This is what I'm here for.
Okay, yeah, that's what we're going to start. We're going when we go around and say hi to everybody. We are starting with that story because some people want to make us believe that it's not important or that the opposition are wasting time talking about that, but there are bigger issues around that. Okay, I'll skip you. Let me just say hello to 2 more people and then we start the conversation. Apostle Alhaji Oluwo Femi, welcome to the show.
You're very, very disrespectful, sir.
I know. I'm sorry. How are you?
No problem. I'm okay. But in the spirit of the times, I thought, as per usual, like I typically say, Nigeria, if you do not cry, you laugh. So let's laugh while we cry at the same time. The only other thing I was going to add was very succinctly as well, has already been exemplified by what Sola said. Very important, because for me, I continue to identify with the fact that whatever happens in any other part of the world has a way of transmitting itself, and there's nothing else as important now, as much as we have our own local idiosyncrasies, as what's happening with what Israel is about doing with respect to Turkey. All of a sudden, Turkey is even the worst. Is the same thing they ascribed to Iraq previously, and later on to Syria and to Iran. They're now ascribing to Turkey. And I find it ridiculous because of what's about to befall all of humanity if we're not careful the way we're going. These are the early signs of what happened that precluded World War I to an extent, for those who pay attention to the lessons of history, because we have a way of not learning, So while we're giving importance to what's happening in Nigeria, rightfully so, let's also understand that there's some imminent danger when it comes to humanity, and that's what I'm here for. But I'm also here to enjoy the rest of what you want to talk about. I may not necessarily have anything to say because I think we're just joking when it comes to Nigeria. We're just a bunch of jokers thinking we're having any elections. We're just wasting our time.
All right, thank you, Apostle Femi. KJ, welcome to the show. Are you so poor you don't have a title? I thought they now sell it 50 cents anywhere you want.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's good to be here. Thank you for everybody who is here. Yes, I'm just a simple guy. I don't have any ascribed to my name. But I just to be on the fair side, I think I like what Mr. Tony Elimelu did. We must understand there's a culture that is Western and there's a culture that is African. We can't mix both. I bring up my children as an African living in America. I appreciate the American culture. I appreciate what they do. I don't have begrudge any of them. But I'm an African. I have a tradition and a custom by which my people are trained. And I intend to pass that down to my generation. If I address a senior person, I will address the person as an African. If I'm speaking to an American who likes to be called by the first name, I will go that way, but I will equally say, Mr. This. I won't just go and shout, Decan. No, Mr. Decan is more, whether he likes it or not, it's more respectful and it gives me more broader way to be able to discuss freely without him feeling, why is he disrespecting me? There's a trending video right now going on around in the X space, where many other Nigerians have also addressed this issue. So I believe that yes, it's good to be Western, to be everything, but also remember that you're an African. So I totally accept and I agree with what he did. He didn't do that with malice, as the Americans will stamp your refusal visa, they say it's without malice. So he didn't do that with malice. He corrected her, still left her to go ahead with the whatever question she wanted to ask. Having said that, listen, I understand the world. Let's put it squarely here. There's never going to be time that the world will be fair to everybody. Okay, there's never going to be a time that we'll all be relating with each other at the same level. If you know that you have peace, you have peace. There are going to be those who will take advantage of others. There's going to be those who take advantage because they are more powerful, because they are more domineering, because they are more in population, because they have a comparative advantage above the other. But if we're even going to discuss the issue of what Israel is doing in the Middle East, why don't we also discuss what Turkey is doing in Africa, in Nigeria in particular? Okay, why don't we also discuss how Turkey is trying to take over the military and bring in helicopters that supply things to the terrorists going on in the north and in around Nigeria? That is also a very, for me, it's also a very interesting topic we should discuss. So you see, why we are saying this is happening to these same people are doing other terrible things to other places that are not as powerful as they are. Why don't you talk about that also? Why don't you talk about the fact that China is almost taking over the whole of our forest, digging everywhere they can dig? Nobody's talking about that. Let's look at those things and also know that this is the same thing that we're all dealing with. All right, I rest my case, sir.
All right, thank you so much, KJ. That's why we have this show, which is where you have opportunity to raise any issue you want to raise, and we discuss it. So anybody who wants to raise any issue, we are always welcoming to that idea. Okay, so we go straight. I have 1 hour for introduction, which we've done. We will go straight to talk about the first topic of the day. And this is not the first time we started with that topic.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People who stage coup in Nigeria, they never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like
Dr. Wumi, if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was in Lubo.
All right. That was that. Okay, that was I think about 4 years ago or 3 years ago. The story refuses to disappear, and now we are at a point, a critical point. What we know, this is the latest information. The FBI is demanding that the judge in the case should review sensitive records in Tinubu's file to decide whether to make it public. That's what we are. On the 28th, we are going to hear from the judge, which is when the judge will say either way that she is going to allow certain things to come out, or maybe nothing will come out. So we don't know, and that might be the end of the case. What we know now is that different groups, article group, and the journalists who are following this story, different people lobbying, are all trying to lobby for something to be released to Nigerians. In this case, I hear a lot of political analysts say that, oh, this is not non-issue, it's not going to impact the election, but this is beyond that. It's about the character, the personality of who is running the country. Is the person compromised? What are the things? What are the deals happening behind the scene? With the country do well when you have a leader who has things he would do anything to hide from the Nigerian people. So it's a wider conversation. So that's what we're going to start. And I want to let me start with Declan, who has been monitoring the once you're a reporter, you're always a reporter, even when you retire. He's been monitoring the issue, and I want to get him to weigh in first before we go to everybody else. Declan, go ahead.
So you just played that old clip, and you could see Bumi, even in those days, he was saying people knew that this guy was involved in the narcotics trade. It's just incredible. All these documents that are coming out, I've been following them over the last couple of months, and apparently these have been leaked. These have been coming out for a couple of years, since at least 2023. And it's all this stuff that people had been talking about back when we were working at Sahara. Finally, this guy Aaron Greenspan has been pulling FOIA requests and getting all sorts of evidence, including like what Tinubu's actual birth date is, all these kinds of things that have been animating discussion. It's all very exciting.
So there's a comment here that a friend of the show said this topic is a waste of time. So do you think that it's a waste of time for citizens of Nigeria to discuss an issue like this about the person who is their president?
So I think that there are, and what's so common is all this kind of character assassination, right? So people ignore facts and want to say, oh, these people who are reporting this, they've got this agenda or that agenda. But there's really only two questions that matter, right? Is the information that's coming out true? And is it in the public interest? And I think that the answer to both of those questions is yes. Now, not everything is about winning or losing an election. If a sitting president was involved or even had indictments against him or her for narcotics offenses anywhere, that's something that the public has to know, because in Nigeria and every other country, these roles are in public trust, and so the source of people's wealth matters. And if you look at some of these disclosures so far, there's millions and millions of dollars moving through accounts reportedly connected to Tinubu, and certainly connected to places and entities that Tinubu was, admits publicly that he was tied to. So this is it doesn't have to be the number one most important thing, but it's important enough for people to talk about it.
I know that you travel across Africa and you meet African leaders. I'm sure you follow the activities of foreign intelligence agencies. like FBI, CIA, M15, all of them. When you see a leader who, because this is the core of the conversation, it's not about election, it's not about who wins the next election. People think it's about that. I think an African should think beyond the next election. It's about structure. If you know what happened in history of Africa, Patrice Lumumba, the people that foreign intelligence agencies could not do anything to, they could not get to their side, and what they did to them. What about the people that they could get to their side? What about the people that they had something on that could make them do something, make them do what they want them to do? What is it that Africans are not seeing when they look at issues like this?
I mean, so I don't know if I got the whole question, but are you saying that, like, because Tinubu may have some of these indictments or these legal issues stemming from the United States, that he wouldn't be able to be a fully independent actor, on behalf of Nigeria's interests?
Of course. Yeah. That's a given, even without anybody, knowing the details. And we know how governments, not just America or Britain, even Nigeria could do something like that. If Nigeria has something on the governor or the president of Niger Republic that they could use as leverage, Nigeria will do that. I think I'm not blaming any government. That's how governments all over the world they work. So,
yeah, I mean, look, it has to be part of the discourse, right? Even if it's not happening, or if there's no evidence that something like that's occurring, this is why these kinds of topics and these sorts of questions around the integrity of office holders, this is why that matters. And it matters not just for presidents, but all the way down to kind of down ticket candidates. It's about, do I have confidence that these people are going to be advancing public interest as opposed to protecting themselves or advancing personal interests? So like I think it's a fair assessment to say, like with Kashamu, who's now deceased. I mean, he was a drug dealer. There's all sorts of other politicians in Nigeria and elsewhere that maybe they weren't dealing drugs, but they were involved in fraud. Look at Bukola Saraki and the bank that they pilfered. All of that speaks to, are these people actually going to advance public interest, or are they part of a criminal syndicate? It's perfectly reasonable.
And one last thing before we go to other people to get their views. We had recently seen the classified information on Patrice Lumumba, what happened in Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, how Mobutu became the guy who took over from Lumumba. And now we know behind the scene what happened. And being that Africans are becoming more informed about what is happening behind the scene in their countries, shouldn't this be something that we should pay attention to? Because maybe 50 years from now, when things are declassified, we will all be, people that will be here, I don't know if I'll be here, they will be scratching their head and they'll be wondering, why didn't people question these things? How could this be in the news and Africans brush it off that it's not important?
Yeah, I mean, look, we live in a very strange time, and I don't think that it's going to get any easier, right? So the kind of global order is not as rules or norms based, and so there's a lot of bargaining and negotiation that states and individuals are going to be doing. So yeah, as we look forward and cast ahead, I mean, look at what happened with Venezuela. So the U.S. administration decided to capture a sitting president, even if you didn't think that he legitimately won the election. I mean, that's something that's really kind of unprecedented in what we consider to be kind of contemporary times. But as we move forward, these sorts of things are not going to be these kinds of things are going to be more like the norm than the last 30 years.
Okay. I said that was the last question, but there's one more. Do you have any idea that this judge that will review these sensitive documents, do you have any idea what could happen after that? What, do you know about a process like this in the past? I don't know.
So with these kinds of FOIA requests, right? So if we go back to the initial submissions that Aaron Greenspan submitted, You know, the argument for FOIA is always that the details of this information are of public interest. And so that's what I think we can begin to expect. You know, the judge is clearly not wanting many more delays. I think that there'll be probably some process related issues, but it looks like pretty significant materials are going to be released imminently. And I think that that's going to be primarily of interest to a Nigerian audience, you know, especially since we're in the midst of these elections. So I think this is going to happen, and I think that there's going to be some very interesting findings. What will be in there, I'm not sure, but.
All right. Thank you, Declan. We'll come back to you. Let's get views from other panelists. Mr. James, what do you think about what we're discussing?
Yeah, Mr. Tinubu is certainly not my star. But however, who are those pursuing this matter? Somebody like Atiku, of all people. We seem to have forgotten his relationship with one Mr. William Jefferson, a US congressman. This is, I mean, if anybody is to investigate this matter, certainly should not be Atiku at all, because what Obasanjo said about this man while he was vice president, I mean, it's despicable. So we should think of better things. This Tinubu issue, certainly in our lifetime, it cannot be resolved now, just like in the case of Ghana. When this man, General Afrifa, left office 10 years later, before he was disciplined for the atrocities he committed against the state. So this is how I see it. Tinubu and Atiku are one and the same thing. That's what the Benin call Awegebo Father. It means there's no difference between a white man and a Reverend Father. This is how I see the issue.
Yeah, but Mr. James, the fact that Tinubu might be somebody that you don't like, does it mean that if from him something that is of interest to the Nigerian people is resolved, that is not important?
No, put the question in another way. I can't get you right.
Okay. So the fact that you have issues with Tinubu, Atiku, if Atiku is going to bring about the resolution of something that is of interest to Nigerians, just as simple as
he has never done anything in the interest of Nigeria. Look at his activities. He's doing if he were not a presidential candidate, he will not go to the extent of doing what he's doing now. Let us talk about better things. These issues will be resolved later on. That's how I see it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Let's go
Thank you for thanking me.
Sola, welcome to the show. What is your take on this topic?
To be honest with you, this is what I call the hypocrisy of the West. If you have information about Tinubu, release it. Because if we are trying to practice democracy and we want good governance, we don't want thieves. We don't want people who are barons, drug barons, running our systems. We don't want fraudsters running our system. It has nothing to do with Tinubu alone. Like Mr. James said, Atiku is there. Any other person, if we are truly talking about a democratic country, you don't hide it, you don't hide them, and let them pillage the country and let them squander our wealth. So if you have tangible information, not crooked one like they're currently doing at the end of the day, I mean, with the crooked guy with the more or less scammer that you guys have in the helms of White House at the moment. So what's the difference between him and Tinubu? I don't see any difference. But the point is that if the FBI has anything on this guy, please release it so that people can know who they are voting for in 2027. The sufferness that we are suffering in this Nigeria is too much. This politicians are deliberately, and I'm saying it, deliberately taking out, squandering our health. You see, the education system in Nigeria is zero. Nothing to write home about. People are just going there, coming in and out. They are killing, they've killed judiciary, they've killed education. See what they are doing to the military guys. Have you seen the new report of police quarters? Is in Kaduna or somewhere in maybe in Nasarawa. It's nothing to write home about. Our roads, nothing. Food, expensive. Simply because these guys are just running the country ragged. And somewhere we have the United States who say they are the bastion of democracy, which I question. If you have information, release it so that social media can carry it. Then the youth, like they voted in Osun State, the way they voted in Osun State, yes, there was buying of votes and the right, but a lot of people came out to vote. The way they voted in Osun State, come 2027, we can send these guys packing back to Lagos or probably back to Osun State where it originally comes from. So that is my own take. We shouldn't allow anybody that is a thief, that is a drug baron, to rule our country in the name of democracy. So let them release it and let us know exactly. They don't need Atiku to tell them. They don't need anybody to tell them. So as long as Atiku has filed it, then let it open. When Atiku comes to his own too, somebody will file, they will open his own yash too. So it has nothing to do with only him. Every other person, even contesting in this election, we want them to more or less go to them and see what skeleton they've got in their cupboard so that Nigerian people will know who they are voting for so they can make the right choices. Thank you.
Before you go, do you understand their position, the FBI's position, which is that their sources. So let's say Tinubu, this is Tinubu's file. And let's say that Tinubu, I'm speculating now, but he says some things about some other people. And some other people, these are things that are in the file. And they don't want those things to come out. Maybe the system they use to collect information on, they don't want it to come out. So that's their own argument, the FBI and the American Intelligence Agency. That's their argument. So do you fault them for saying that, oh, we still need, maybe they have active people who are working for them and you don't want to reveal their names, and that would mean that they'll be in danger and they won't be able to provide information.
Dr. Damidu, I'm very sorry. I know this is apples and oranges. If he's going to help us, why they not release it? Simple. It's just like the Epstein file that they are trying to cover. I know, like I said, it is apple and oranges. It is not the same. If they are saying people are going to die, how many people are going to die? People are dying every day in Gaza. They are not reporting it. So how many people are dying in Nigeria currently? They are not reporting it. People die every day in the US. Are they reporting everything? No. So if we are talking about democracy, yes, it might sound somehow, bad on my side for what I'm saying. But if it is to help us to choose these guys have destroyed this country. Are you not listening to me, Dr. Dami? They have run us ragged. There's no place you can enter now. Is it judiciary? Is it police? Is it military? They have taken over. Masca will be able to tell you. They've taken over everywhere. So what do you want them to do? If they don't release it now and they are releasing, if they can't release it now, please, we don't want to hear about it again. Forever, let it die and more or less vanish for life. Because we don't need it after the guy has gone, he has gone away, we don't need it again. What's the point of the information? So let them release it while it is hot so that we can serve him the plate and send him back to Osun State. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Sola. Masca, they called you. They said there's something you know. Tell us, what do you think about Tinubu and the issues? You're muted.
Mr. Rudolph, you can't set me off like that. Which one is Tinubu and the issues? Tinubu's issues are plenty. You have to be specific.
I mean, we're talking about this American file that he's also fighting to make sure it doesn't come out. Does that worry you?
You know, look, a lot of people on your platform, I think it's out of respect that people are not calling me the whaler, because it seems as if I blame every black problem on white people. But I'm coming from a place of knowledge. People are, if I ask on this planet, which is the first independent black nation on earth, who will answer that?
It's Haiti.
Yes, 80. So what happened to Haiti?
They're still suffering today.
So this is exactly what is happening to us all the time. Thank God, Mr. Rudolph said it. I had worked in Democratic Republic of Congo. In fact, when I was in that country, my house was adjacent to the house of Patrice Lumumba, and his daughter was still there. We became very good friends with her. I have clarity in how this world, I use the word this world, is set up. It's set up against, well, okay, let me not go there, but let me answer Mr. Rudolph's question. It's not what I think, it's what I know. I know that this is the modus operandi. The West, or the white people, will always take advantage of the people at the helm of our affairs for their own interest. Once you have somebody that would not play or dance to their tune, there's classic example. They will come and hijack the person in the middle of the night and take him into their own cell. So that they are trying to say whether you have this file, you don't have this file. It's normal. Look, the West is always playing like this. What is CIA, for instance? Look, see, I've worked as an international staff for a while in my life. And I've learned also, once you go to a new country, and I used to work for an American company, so they see you as a friendly person. Once you go to a bar and the person will tell you that he's a business analyst in the embassy, you know that this guy is gathering information in this country so that they can continue to tie rope around our neck, around our leg, our hand. This is just the typical modus operandi. They don't want us to go anywhere, but we black people, we the masses, we don't seem to understand that. The first mistake is you put somebody like this who is an easy target. But even if it's not an easy target, we need to be aware that if we put clean people in power, they will come after them one way or the other. And once we don't realize that, we'll continue to remain where we are. Even the idea people are talking democracy, it's lack of understanding of the way things work. Today in Egypt is a military dictator, and this military dictator is getting a lot of support from the US. They don't care about anything democracy. They don't. So let's just wisen up. This thing is not something, we should look at it within the bigger picture. This is a modus operandi. There's nothing new here. And I would have to take a swipe at Mr. James, sincerely speaking, because I can't say that we need to wisen up and then I turn a blind eye to Mr. James' statement. Nigeria doesn't belong to Atiku. I totally agree with you that Atiku may not be the best of people. But if Atiku is going to do any single thing that will help Nigeria, I as a Nigerian would lie behind Atiku and make sure that that event crystallizes. We should go beyond all this. I have deep respect for you, Mr. James. I wish I'm like you, and I know I'm not, and I will not probably be like you. I respect your intellect. I admire the quantum of knowledge that you've been able to absorb. But the reality also is that we must call a spade, and we should be calling out each other. You are a great man, but I think that mentality where you would be looking at the person simply because you don't like him and nothing good will come out of him, I think it's part of the problems that have landed us where we are. We need to be wiser. The enemy is not among us. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, Maska. Let's go to Jagon. Jagon, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I've come on the show largely because you are mentioning titles. I'm the only one with the title Hell. You see there.
What is it?
Jagon is my title.
It's your title. Okay.
Absolutely. All these other rubbish titles.
So I've been
mean
doing
nothing.
it very well. I've been calling you by your proper title.
Indeed.
Yeah. So go ahead. We are talking about.
Well, you know, people have spoken very well as to what's going on. I mean, what Maska said is underlined in blood. To be frank, you know, this world is not a democratic world. I believe Nigerians are perpetually stupefied by English language and not understanding the depth of lies within the language itself. You know, when you speak of democracy, it sounds good and it means well in terms of the idea of democracy, but it's not. It's not in any place in the whole planet. And I thank God that the Chinese realized this. I thank God that Iran realized that all these words are rubbish, crap, coming from America and Europe. It's just rubbish. Democracy doesn't exist anywhere on the planet. Anywhere. It doesn't exist. But we, stupid we, are falling for the Oyinbo titles that they share out instead of looking at ourselves and seeing how it is that we should be governing ourselves. Democracy is a big lie. There's nobody, this our man, Declan, he will tell you democracy is rubbish. He will tell you himself. If he wants to tell the truth, he will tell you democracy is rubbish. I'm living here in England. The amount of lies that are spilling around, the amount of perplexity that is actually simple, but they make it complicated. This is how it's run. And we, stupid we, are following the dictates of so-called democracy. There is no democracy. What do they mean? We are not going to release the information because people would die. As has been said, aren't people dying left and right all over the world for nothing in that very America of theirs? Aren't people dying for nothing there? What's he talking about? Talking as though they care about Nigerians. I mean, I do not understand why it is that simple, open things become complex to us. They're not complex. The truth is not the winner in this planet. Lies are the winner. If you want to become a recognized person in this world, just tell a stream of lies, you will come to the top. It's very simple. Innocence is being killed in our very befores. Every day we would hear about some level of innocence that has been killed. And what I mean by that is somebody who is of pure nature, they would be used. They will bring them up and then they will drop them down. This is what we see daily. Why do we pretend to ourselves? Why? Me, I'm not somebody who pretends. I can't. This is not a game. This is real life. And it's just unfortunate that the good is dying and the bad is held up as the champion. And then we will all start speaking all kinds of grammatic nonsense that gives us some kind of kudos. I know how to speak English very well. Meanwhile, you're just telling lies. You're just talking shit. That's what you're talking. You hear it, we hear it in our ears daily. We hear rubbish being propagated by our news media. If you just look at the news and you really understand what's being said and how they are hiding behind language, it's pathetic. We are not going to release the files about your president, who is a criminal, because people will die. What kind of talk is that? What kind of talk is that? We're not being adults at all about many of these matters. We're not being adults. We're not being men. We are weaklings in the face of. I have to love Iranians. I have to love them because they've understood who their enemy is from back in the days of Mossadegh. They know that these people are our enemies, and we are never going to agree with their rubbish that they will bring to the table on a daily basis. They just repackage rubbish and offer it to you to see if you bite. Iran, China, Russia, they're the only countries in the world left. The rest of the world is gone, if you don't seem to understand. That is my statement.
All right, thank you, Jagon. Declan said there's no democracy. Do you agree that there's something like democracy?
Look, so I think that the idea of democracy and the practice of it is totally under assault, and people are pissed off. I don't think that means that there isn't. I think that it's imperfect. It's failing. It's failing people that it's supposed to be safeguarding. But I'm an idealist, so I still believe in that pursuit. That's how I feel about it.
Okay, I'll come back to, I think KJ is next, but before then, let me show, for those who do not understand how he got his chieftaincy title. This is Declan in Kanu, the Emir's palace. He actually was.
Wow.
Oh, sorry.
You choose the least flattering photo, Rudolph, when we were.
Is the one that I have with I can see quickly, but there's a video I wanted to show, just a brief video. Why is it not playing? All right, okay, we'll get back. Yeah, you're uncomfortable with this. We get back to that.
Less important than Tinubu.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to illustrate the point that yeah, okay, KJ, you'll be next. Let me show.
Doctor, you continue to disrespect me. You see my 3 titles there, still disrespecting me.
Oh, Chief, sorry, Apostle Alhaji Femi, you are next.
Okay, so and it's a good pivot because I was leaning on what I was happy inside as I was listening to Jargon, because again, the risk of being repetitive. Once I got to my point of realization in life, and I understood fully, it didn't matter what anybody told me, criticism or not, I would still stand on what I know, because there's nothing like being free, being set free, knowing the truth about how the world operates, and we still continue to learn. And I've mentioned it several times that listening to people that were there, ex-CIA members of the military boots here in America and in Europe, has further sharpened some of the things I've always questioned right from when I was young, even though a lot of us were programmed, whether we like it or not. You just may not have come to that point of realization. And then when I mentioned the case of what Israel lately is doing with respect to Turkey, I mentioned in the context of the fact that I do understand that countries that are strong have a likelihood to do same things when it comes to countries that are weak, but that doesn't make it any better in terms of where we are today. And when you tie to what you just the topic we're speaking about right now, it tells you all you need to know about how the duplicity of how interests seem to come into play when certain things are in favor of certain people. Because were it to be that Tinubu, as far as I'm concerned, was not, in my opinion, an agent of the West, I do not think that FBI will be telling us all these Dogo Churenchi. And for anybody that pays attention to any CIA files that are made public decades or centuries after certain events happen, there's nothing that will surprise you any longer, because maybe long after we are gone, that we eventually open all of these things, all of these cases to future generations yet unborn. And then you begin to wonder, why do they keep doing this? Because, when we mention about how the influence, the grave influence that the West continues to play in activities of especially Black people and Hispanics, for example, in South America, people think we're trying to pass the buck. But the fact is evident. That's not to say that you don't have the other parts of the world playing their own rules, but it's just I don't know how we're going to get out of this. But to think that we're alone in this world and whatever activities we're doing is just by ourselves, I just feel we're fooling ourselves. Finally, I want to land this way again to something that Jaco said. Jaco, I'm sure you follow this EU. If you have time, you follow Van der Leyen, that lady, the EU lady. You see the level to which they're trying to armstrong people when it comes to freedom of speech. People that are against a lot of what's happening in the West, and we have us even in America here, and even in Canada to an extent. The level to which they continue to try to put down people that are trying to do away with all of the controversies that continue to spew. There's a lot of rubbish going on. People do not know where we're going to in terms of the economic fallout of what's happening in Iran, for example, right now. By the time we start suffering it, people, maybe a lot of more controversies, even with respect to what's happening in Africa and Nigeria, will come out. It's ridiculous, the kind of things that are going on underneath us that we do not realize. I mean, I'm just saying, and I'll just end it that way. But all that nonsense that IBI is talking about, I beg.
All right. Thank you, Apostle Femi. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you again. And I don't know where to start because, you see, I don't know. This is not heaven. We're not in heaven, gentlemen and ladies, where things are supposed to be done at equal levels. The world has never been that way. If not, the partition of Africa would not have happened. The world has never been that way. If not, the wars that were fought, First World War, Second World War wouldn't have happened. So there have been any time that things are done in the way that we thought it should be favorable to everybody. Now, just like what Femi said, I also have come to a point. In fact, when I started doing masters, I said that now I will arrogate to myself the authority to decide what I want to believe, because I've read so many books that told you that they've just been lying to you. All you need to do is just do a little research outside of what you have read. You find out that so many things you have read, believe, even debated upon, written, 10 papers on, were just bunch of lies. You are told from one textbook, from somebody, in one backside of the world. And so you find out that it's not every time that we have picked up a well-researched book. Some of these are just meant to bend your mind. I call them mind benders. They bend you to believe what they are trying to sell to you, and we have come to believe that. Based on that, I have come to also realize that majority of the people who have made progress in the world, especially countries, have made it because they believe first and foremost in their country. What Nigeria lacks is the leaders that believe in even the word Nigeria. So if you have, for instance, and I'm not citing this in a bad way, a man who says America first, and you have a problem with that, I want to ask you, should he say Nigerian first? If you have an FBI who say, oh, for the interest of our people, of my country, of the people we serve, which their first interest to America, and they feel that they don't want to release it, and you yourself, your people they already formed a group in the social media writing that these things that FBI want to release is not even important to us. It won't change anything. Are you expecting that American government should be more concerned with Nigerian policy and issues than they should be concerned about themselves or their own country? No, I think that would be foolhardy. Okay, I think what we should be concerned about is that when people try to help us, we should do everything possible to push that those people release what we want them to release, what they think they know. It's not for us to begin to say, oh, these things are not going to be possible. Some people are even more worse than this person than we're trying to release, get information. Why do I say that? Leadership takes the form of the person who is leading. Why do we want people who are a bit clean, who are at least honest and sincere people in government? Because it runs from the leader and it trickles down to the least. If the morality you bring to government, if the morality you bring to your public service, whichever it is, that you eventually use from that what do you call now? That abundance of morality, straightforwardness, honesty that you bring to the table. You don't go to run a multinational and then where you just come from prison for corruption, and then you go to run a multinational and then all of a sudden you become a saint running that multinational. No, it is what you know, what your hands have been in the last 10 years that you bring to play. So are we surprised at what is going on in Nigeria? No, we said it on this platform. If those of us who followed when this guy won the election, we said this is what's going to happen. We kept coming to the center. It's not surprising to us because we said on this channel or this platform, that Wike was going to come to the center, and it's going to be used as a pivot for whatever the government is trying to do. It is playing out. So why am I touching these places? I'm touching to say that, you see, we should even, by all means, push that whatever is known of this individual, which we don't even know, let us count it. We don't know whether he's a Nigerian or not, because first and foremost, he has a diplomatic passport from Benin Republic. We don't even know his look. Yes.
Benin or Gambia.
Sorry, Gambia. Is it Gambia or Guinea? One of those.
Guinea
Now,
or something. Yeah. Okay.
we don't know his local government because nobody has come out to say he's from this place or that place. The last Osun State election, the governor said he's from his state, but meanwhile we know that there's no Tinubu in Osun. We only know of the famous Tinubu in Lagos. So that means that we don't even know his state. We don't know his classmates because the school he went to was created or was built 4 years after he graduated. We don't know. So what do we know? We don't know his relatives. We don't know his brothers. We don't know. Nobody have showed up and said, we are brothers to this person. We don't know his classmates. With the man you played starting said he knew him when he was in Chicago. But the person who was in Chicago was a female. So what do we know? Nothing. And are we not interested in knowing the person who is leading the biggest black nation on the face of the continent, of the world? Are we not concerned to know who that person really is? And of course, even if it's nothing,
but Kulate will tell you that this is a waste of time. That's how stupid we are.
Even if it's nothing, are we not concerned that this guy can be a foreign agent because of what they already have on him? He'll be dancing to their tune and sell away our national debt, our national resources. Are we not concerned about that? That if he's such a criminal, that what he knows is so dangerous that when it's released, people will die for it. Don't we think we need to know? Because if that is the case, what stops him from selling one part of one state? Can't he sell Lagos to another, to Benin Republic? Can he not decide to sell that? Benin Republic, that's Lagos, become part of Benin Republic. Have we not seen it before? Did it Obasanjo sign away Bakassi? So what are we saying? We must grow beyond this point of saying we have something on our shoulders, which is the head, and we think like any other person. We should be more concerned about who leads us. And see, I know that you cannot, nobody can say all the politicians right now, majority of them have their hands soiled, but we should get the best apple among the rotten ones. We should get the best apple among the 10 that is, or 20 or whatever apples that we have. Because if we do not, what we see now is just a child's play. You have a man who is using the national resources, who says he has made more money than any other government in power, yet he has borrowed more than any other government in power. Why does he keep borrowing? Does he know something we don't know? And then if all what he said is true, how be it that he has put it as a law that if you forge your certificate, it's okay if you're a politician? And we are saying we are all keeping quiet about it. What else is he going to say if he wins for a second time? So I think for every person who cares about the future of Nigeria, we should go ahead and press that these files be released, irrespective of who they say is going to be involved. Yes, it's not the first time that FBI will be releasing files. You can redact the names they want, but let's see what is there. We want to know. This man cannot listen. Do you guys know that the damage this person has done is much more than any other person in the history of Nigeria? And now he's put that another frying pan on the fire, playing in Abuja or with the ethnic nationality conference. Let's get to know this guy. That's what I'm saying. Let's not throw it away and say it doesn't matter. It matters. It matters because our children are learning now to become 419 people. It's become a norm. We're learning all kinds of nonsense. We're learning not to walk, to look. Everybody wants to sit on the internet and press on buttons and make money. Is that how you and I grew up? Is there anybody who is here who was just pressing buttons on the internet that was making money, didn't go out to work, and just shaking bomb and then dancing half naked and then you were making money? Is there anybody here? Is that the way that we're going to build a country? Excuse me, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph. Sorry, I don't usually. Sorry, I don't usually interject. But for the past 3 weeks, even though I deliberately don't come on the show, but I listen. Mr. KJ have been promoting propaganda of this American first. The person you have there currently is a fraud. He is a fraud. And at the end of the day, when you're saying somebody, and God knows I don't like Tinubu, and that's just the honest truth. And you made a statement now that someone said America first, then whatever he does outside is okay. That's not what we're promoting when we want to promote democracy. And I know that there is nothing like democracy anyway, like I said it, but it is wrong for you to promote one person, and at the end of the day, you want them to more or less bring another person down. If we need to be held, and that's what the founding fathers, and I believe everybody should go on Netflix and watch the American Experiment. You will understand how the founding fathers, how they came about all of these things. The reality is that they have to come together to chase another tyrant away. And that's why they said never, there won't be any tyrant. Go and watch the American Experiment. It's a well documented stuff, which is good. So if we are trying to chase a tyrant away in Nigeria or other people that are going to come, we should be able to hold other people also to the high standard. And promoting all this America first cares of a thing does not really make sense, because the person there is not even better than the person that is currently in Nigeria. I use the floor.
Okay, thank you. KJ, hold up. I also have a comment. You can respond. You can respond to all of them. Masker, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I wanted to ask a question, but the way Sola went on a tirade, I think I should just, this is the opportunity, also go on a tirade. But my perspective is this, KJ. I will follow suit from where Sola stopped. I think you do a lot of whataboutism, and it's not nice. It's not nice, KJ. The way you spoke, you started opening that this is not heaven, meaning that you are now talking like Trump, meaning that there were good people and bad people on both sides. The way you speak about the things Americans do, if somebody speaks to you about this Nigerian civil war like that, you will not be happy. You will not like it. What is bad is bad. Don't lighten it up. And I wanted to turn a blind eye when they raised the issue of Israel and Palestine, and your response was that, okay, what about what China is doing? What about what Turkey is doing? Like, how on earth can anybody even talk like that? And to start with, the issue was that Israel is attacking Syria. If you are going to say what about, then what is Syria doing in Nigeria? Or what is Palestine doing in Nigeria? But it's absurd. And the reality is that this Trump that you are trying to defend is an indefensible enigma. This Trump and this Tinubu, they are one and the same. This is why America has found itself in a quagmire, because they have a very compromised president, a very compromised leader. And I think when I say wisen up, I really want all of us to wisen up, KJ. If the way you talk about some of these bad things that America, to start with, this same Trump went and the same drug we are talking about, he has gone to carry the leader of one country, and the man is in the US, and they are dilly-dallying on the same drug issue on another president. How are you going to sit and justify that? Sincerely speaking, sometimes when you talk, it borders on insulting us. I rest my case here.
All right, Maska, thank you. You touched on something I wanted to say, but I think I can. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, you see, most of the time when people are talking, I think you should follow the trend of their talking, just in case if you want to criticize. I only quoted that term as a reason why anybody who is a leader of a country should think first for his community. You are not, if you are the president of Nigeria, you're not elected to be president of Africa. The interest you represent is first and foremost to Nigeria. That's what I mean. The first and foremost. So let's not bring the Trump and the American issue. Hold on. No, I didn't stop you. I didn't stop you. No, let me talk. I didn't stop you. No.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
When you finish.
No.
Sorry. When you finish.
You go pick the shadow that of the person and begin to run with it. I gave an example. I said, look, every nation should look for the people who represent their interests the best to lead them. Now, if you say that this person Tinubu is there for the interest of Nigeria, it shouldn't be the American interest. It shouldn't be Americans pushing for it. It should be we, the Nigerians, pushing their system, their own system, which we know is a bit fairer than ours, to bring out this information. They are not doing it on the interest of your country. Why should they do that for you? But if you press, because of some level of fairness in their system, they can allow that these things to come out. Did you employ them to get that information? No. Are we paying for it? No. So simply, if you want to attack me on what I have said. Don't begin to bring Trump and this. No, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm using that as a just to measure where I'm going. I'm saying that a leader of a nation is your interest first and foremost. It's your people. Now, if we say the thing that the American government have discovered about this man is not interesting to us, because there are other people amongst us who are also probably not good or the same at level with him, who is losing here? That's what I'm saying. So it is for us to press and say, look, whatever the case is, if this is so bad that if it's released, people will be affected in different negative ways. We want to know, is he an access to any other country? What is the reason why it's so bad it cannot be released? For years now, I've been chasing it, cannot be released. This is not the first time. David Hindai also asked for this. They've been trying to get it and have been refused. That is where my argument is. And I'm not saying, I have not come here to paint any nation as heaven. I use the term heaven. I'm simply saying that amongst the relationship between human beings, there will always be people who are a bit fairer than the others. But nobody's going to be a saint walking the earth. Nobody's an angel, not any of us here. That's what I'm saying. So follow the person's trend. Don't jump and because you don't like the way I present it, and so you want to just shut it down because it doesn't make any sense to you. No, I'm simply saying there are a lot of things flowing out there that are not correct. And we as a people should show more interest in what concerns the governance of our nation. You're talking about Trump. Is he your president? The people who voted him, 80 million people voted him in America. Are you more knowledgeable than those people? So if it's not working for them, forget what they are doing. That's not what we're here. We're talking about Nigeria right now, who wasn't even voted by the Nigerian people, but is there and he's running the affairs and doing whatever he wants to do. You're not concerned about the fact that he has borrowed more money than any other person. You are talking about nation that is not even going, you don't have any hold on them. The American system can hold their president accountable if they want to. Can we hold our own accountable if we want to? Have we been able to hold him accountable if we want? We couldn't even change the law, which says now that Tinubu has false certificate. We cannot hold him. And yet you're talking about a nation where even the president gives a law, the court can turn it. So I'm not talking about America now. I'm discussing Nigeria. If you have any question on what I've opened here, talk about it. Don't bring America to me. I'm not talking about America right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Master, you have to hold on. If you have to get another take on that, that will be after Tony. Tony, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon. Greetings, everyone on the panel, and greetings those who are listening. I think this whole exercise about investigating this Tinubu's involvement in drugs or whatever is just a waste of time. And for the first time, I am agreeing with Kulata. I don't agree with Kulata, but I think it's a waste of time. I think the critical question to ask is, this is the man who ran and won as a senator, won as governor, now a president. So where have Nigerians been all this while? Because this is something that happened decades ago. Where were they to raise these issues? Why are the issues now being raised? And is it going to change anything? What is it about Tinubu that we don't know? We know this whole thing about drugs, we know We know how much was involved that he had to return. We know the case. We may not know the nitty-gritty of this entire thing. But Dr. Damages, I want to ask you a question. You are a journalist. And in this profession, sometimes you are privy to highly sensitive information. I know that by the ethics of your profession, you are not supposed to disclose certain types of information, even when they put a gun on your neck. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if a country is saying that there are some sensitive information that we have, and we need to protect our process and methods, why are people making all this noise? If that information, for instance, let me give a practical example with this case. There are people who were involved or named in connection with this drug deal, and they died mysteriously. Supposing this information gives out what happened. Maybe they were killed by somebody who is still alive, holding very, very sensitive position in the Nigerian government. And they give it out. This person killed this person because they thought that he knows too much, and therefore the best thing is to eliminate him. Just as we saw with the case of fake agency, where somebody is allegedly led to have been killed. I mean, to have died in fire incident. Nothing is said about it. No investigation was done. A few days after that, the hotel was bulldozed. They didn't look at the call logs. We don't know whether that's true, whether that person is a ghost, or whether there was really a fire. And so the optics, you are left hanging because the optics doesn't speak good. Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not covering anybody. I'm saying that listening to some people here, it does appear as if American government is trying to protect Tinubu, or that there's a deal or something. It's consistent with American policy, particularly when it's some. I mean, look at the Epstein case. Quite a lot of the things that were released were redacted because there were people, highly placed individuals that were there. Some former heads of states, some former president, some serving president, some royalty somewhere in Europe, and so on and so forth. And if it is thought that there are certain things here that if we release them is going to cause a cataclysm. So in the interest of whoever will clean out that area. Okay, so this case is still sitting with the judge. We haven't seen the end. The judge can decide anytime, and whatever she decides, then we can react to it. Our people are just jumping into this case without actually looking at all the ramifications of this case. If a president who is involved in this type of case, if you vote in someone as president, knowing that he's a drug pusher, knowing that he's a ghost, knowing that there are so many issues, identity theft and all those things about him, and you vote him in as senator, you vote him in as governor, and you vote him in as president, why are you shouting now? What's wrong with you? And you're trying to blame America or to blame whoever. There's something wrong with you. And in any case, if they release it now, what is it going to solve? It's not going to move a needle. Because there's nothing about the man that you don't know, and yet you voted him in, quote and unquote. So, but let us look at the facts the way it is. I think that the person who raised it now, Atiku, is just trying to, play political gamble. In fact, he's just politically masturbating, because this thing is not going to lead to anywhere. There are critical issues that we should be discussing. The opposition, there are issues that the opposition should be tackling. If you want to bring Tinubu down, you have a lot of ammunition, not this nonsense that they're talking about. It will go nowhere. Even if they release everything, it will not change anything, because there is nothing about this man currently that we don't know. The issues that we're talking about is this country better today than it was 10 years ago? Are you filling your tank, your car, petrol, with less money today than it was 5 years ago? Those are the critical issues we'll be interrogating as 2027 approaches. Not this damn thing that has no meaning, drug or no drug, you knew that he was a drug pusher and you voted him in, and you are complaining. What is that going to solve? So I think we're just dilly-dallying and going round and round in circles. And blaming Trump or blaming this person or comparing him to that person or that person, for me, it doesn't really make sense. The point is that the president has put us in a shame, even though he did this when he was not he was not a politician. But when you come to public office, they dilate, they look at your entire life. That's what is done here. They look at your entire life. And if it's here, when you have controversies like this, you will not smell that position. You will never go near there. And even for any reason, if the system missed, in any way, didn't capture this thing, now that this whole thing is raging, you just step aside and go. It doesn't happen here. So what we think we're doing here is a democratic autocracy. It's not democracy in the form in which we know it's happened in some other places. Of course, democracy has various forms. People do their things and call it democracy. So I think we should just leave this thing and let America do their thing and face the critical issues of trying to see how we can move our country forward from 2027. That's my take on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Quite interesting. Let's hear Ovie and then a round up with Declan, and then I will where is Masker? I think he has further comments with KJ. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I will start by saying that I disagree with everybody that said that this topic no matter. On two grounds. One, since I've come of age, politically speaking, anytime where this issue of Tinubu hit the mainstream media, two things they happen. One, it means that Tinubu is seeking for promotion in his political career. And two, they always get them. So why would I support it as somebody who is on his mandate? So opposition, keep going. It's very important. It's one of the key ingredients where go make and get his promotion. So at every juncture, they always, so I support it in the energy, I support the rhetoric, and I'm rooting for the opposition when it comes to this drug issue. They should keep going. And two, it's because we are delusional. Delusional in the sense that we think we are society that has sovereignty. We are people of sovereignty. No. We have been a colony of the United States of America since I can remember. I mean, that's before I was born. There's nobody that will become head of state, become president, that doesn't fall under the control of the CIA that will last more than 6 months. So for Bola Tinubu to spend 4 years and seeking for re-election, Miss CIA is in approval. So if not there, when it depends, it will be something that will placate him. I mean, who am I to say you should stop going? So it is ridiculous for me to even pay attention to this. This is CIA manufacture. Una thought say una no know. He became president. Una see this. I mean, I don't understand. So unless you truly believe in Nigeria as a sovereign nation, right? And you have every legitimate reason to believe. But if you are on my side, then Nigeria is not a sovereign nation. Our destiny is being decided in Washington, D.C., Pentagon to be precise. If you are in this school of thought, you will know that all this one is exercising brutality. They go keep doing. And even if there's anything there, the man go don't die before they release him. So in other words, of no use. But as I said, to those of us who on the other school that yes, they're having the belief that we are a nation, we have our own, we control what goes in and out, what we talk about. I've said it over and over again. We don't control what we talk about. And to my defense, KJ and Dr. Dameji, they always back me up at every step of the way. Who pays the piper? They take the tone. It is not up to us to come here to say this is what we are going to discuss. So, however you see it, keep going. I'm standing on this mandate because the only way my principal will come back to power in Edo State is when Tinubu come back to power, he go guarantee. So opposition, keep going. I dey root for you guys because there's no other way this thing will turn out. A is going to lead to Tinubu's victory. We are a product, we are a nation of CIA too late. So I don't understand why everybody wastes energy. But I say that's my own 2 cents.
All right, thank you.
I support the rhetoric. It's very good.
Thank you, Ovie. I'll come to you, Declan, and I'll ask you why you gave your final summation. One of the questions I want for you to answer is, being that you've been around Africa and you live in Kenya, are Kenyans, do they talk the way Nigerians talk? The feelings they express about America and the West, is it the same with Kenyans and other people in Congo? I know you've been to Congo several times and other countries in Africa. I'll come to you on that. But let me just throw these things out. It may not make sense what I'm going to say now, but I think it's something that I had from everybody here. Oh, I saw sure it's here. Okay, what I have from everybody here so that we can think about it. The first thing is KJ talked about no, life is not fair, which is true. It's not fair. The way we run the world is not fair. There are people who are oppressed, people who are not treated well. But what was happening in my head whenever I hear that is that if I've been listening to history documentaries on BBC, and when they talk about the Mau Mau and what they did in Kenya, you see that they tried. They knew that the world was not fair. The Kenyans, the Kikuyus who formed Mau Mau to deal with the British colonial power. But they tried, and that effort became what history remembers, and they give them credit for contributing to the final the independence that they got. So I always want us to think about that, even though something may not look like it's possible, that we can actually take on something that is big. There's a bigger power. That little resistance that we see, and whichever way we push it, they contribute to the final accomplishment of any fight for fairness. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about, some people were saying that I think it was Tony was saying that this will not go anywhere, that we know these things about the president already. Sorry, I'm trying to find where that is coming from. That we know all these things about the president already. That we've had this doesn't mean that people believe it. There are people you can talk to today. They've said that it's not true. There are people in Nigeria today, and if you look at the number of people who voted in the last election, which was less than 40% of the registered voters, if there is anything that could move 20% of registered voters to vote in a particular direction in the upcoming election, that will change it. That will change it. I don't know if this is one of them. I'm just saying that when we talk as if, and you talked about 4 years, that, the question should be, are you better off 4 years ago? When Buhari did 4 years, that question was put out there. Are you better off when Jonathan was in power? People still voted for Buhari. When he did 8 years, that question was put out there. Are you better off 8 years before APC came? And then we saw the result. So what I'm saying is that the what you think the emphasis should be on has not worked for Nigerians too. The people who voted for Adeleke in this election, you can be sure in January, they are most likely going to vote for Tinubu. And they have the same question on their face, on the table. Were you better off? So it's not like we have any magic wand that if we stop talking about this now and start talking about, are you better off, then Nigerians will go and vote for somebody else, Atiku, or vote for. So the dynamics of our country is complex, and I don't think one side has the answers. Okay, let's go to Declan to weigh in before Declan.
So I think I've been posting lines of text from this investigation that was done on Tinubu a couple of years ago, but it's kind of spamming everybody. This isn't a small amount of money. This is many millions of dollars. And that wasn't invented, for one day when we could support Atiku's election, right? I mean, this is from the early 90s, right? The hunt for these documents was started years ago. It had nothing to do with Atiku. It has to do with questions about whether a very influential man in Nigeria, who was bankrolling Buhari's campaign, who has bankrolled numerous campaigns, especially in Southwest. Whether this guy should have been or was indicted for serious crimes. I mean, not drinking and driving, like narcotics distribution to the tunes of millions of dollars. That's what matters. And I think, to the question of, is it going to make a difference in terms of the election? I don't think it will, right? So the KJ it was Tony was pointing out that it's not going to move the needle, and I think that's true. I don't think that there's probably not going to be tons of revelations that come out of these documents that people didn't already know, and they still voted the way that they wanted to. But I don't think we should be looking at this exclusively through an election lens. It needs to be looked at more broadly around who we accept to assume leadership positions, and why we may accept drug barons to assume these kinds of roles. And that isn't decided in a specific election. This is a much bigger problem.
Now, what about the other Africans? Do they see the West the way Nigerians, what you're seeing here? Is that how?
No. So I always say every time I'm on the show, I always point out that these discussions nobody cares about in the United States. You go to the U.S. 5% of the country doesn't know who Bola Tinubu is. You go to the American government, only a handful of esoteric people responsible for African policy or foreign affairs would know who Tinubu is. I don't think that these records have been suppressed for years because people are trying to protect Tinubu and his presidency. I wouldn't rule it out that there would be some political and policy pressure today because he's a president and the U.S. is involved in all sorts of negotiations and talks. But nobody cares. Nobody cares about his academic certificates. Trump was not involved in trying to conceal those documents. It's just not how it works. Nobody cares. There's so many bigger deals but I know, being in newsrooms in Nigeria, spending a lot of time in Nigeria, that it's hard to see it from that vantage point. And I don't think I think that what I sense that whatever issues Tinubu had in the 90s have more or less resolved themselves. And I think it would be really interesting, when these documents get released, if we have a glimpse into how those troubles were basically resolved, assuming they were.
The United Nations General Assembly will be next month here in New York. Do you think Tinubu will come and he will meet with Trump?
Maybe. There's a lot of, if we look at kind of U.S.-Nigeria policy, there's a lot of stuff to kind of discuss. There's been a lot of technical assistance and military cooperation. So those kinds of things are possible. Nigeria is a huge energy market. There's a lot of talk about minerals. Those are the things that DC cares about now. So it's possible that they'd meet, but I don't know that they will. I don't think that Tinubu is going to not show up to UNGA. I don't think that, assuming these, what would be kind of funny is if these documents get released before UNGA's at the end of September. And so then he gets to come to the U.S. With all this drug information released. That would be exciting. I hope we can time it that way. But I don't think it's going to make any difference for Tinubu's presidency, for U.S. relations, for how Nigerians see Tinubu. I don't think it's going to make a difference. But that doesn't mean it's not important.
All right. Thank you, Chief Declan. Let's hear from Sho before we take a break and switch topics. Sho, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Good evening, and good evening to every other panelists and to my constituents in the group. I said group chat. Too many of those. To my constituents in the chat section, salute to you all. I joined because I've listened to the conversation with keen interest, and I've listened to both sides. And I think there's something to take from both sides. I've had, Tony speak passionately about how this is not important and it's too late. I don't think there's a bad time to do the right thing. It's okay to ask. It's okay to want to know. As long as it's not the primary or the main weapon the opposition have got, because like many people have said, it probably won't change a lot right now. But for the sake of Nigeria, please let us know if we can. Having said that, please let us know is what I said last. That's what I'm saying from a lot of Nigerians, including Solar, because that's all we can do to say, oh, please let us know. But the question is, what is in the interest of the US to let you know? What do you give them in return? So you're saying, please tell us. Oh, let us know. If you say you like democracy, it's like you're trying to, bait a 5-year-old to say, oh, if you know you can do this, do it. Let me see. They won't do it. They are too criminal to do it. They just, what does the US benefit by releasing? Let's say these documents are incriminating and it would blow up everything in Tinubu's face. What do they get in return? So some of us believe that, yes, is an asset. We believe that they've got him on strings. So you want them to now tell you what they have on him to then do what? What do they get in return? That is why they're not going to give it to you. If it does exist, they would not give it. So, like I said, it's good to ask. I think as Nigerians, it's good for us to know. Even if it doesn't change anything about 2027, 2020, 31, 65, it's good to know these things so that people know what they're dealing with. And so that we can even tell some of the people who support him and defend him and put their lives on the line to say, look at your life. We'll tell your children. I know, you are a lost cause, but we'll tell your grandchildren that your grandfather was, supporting a drug dealer, whatever. We'll talk about it, maybe even jokingly. I'm not sure if a lot of people pay attention to what they said in 2022. That's the US going to 2023 election, because this is not new. They said the earliest they can, not that they will. Go and read the statement. The earliest we can release this document is 2026. When I saw that in 2022, it was simple to piece together. 2026 will be the year before the election. So they're saying the earliest we can release this, that means if we need to, we will release it. But the earliest is 2026, which is just a few months to the election. So they were basically telling Tinubu, we're good for the next 4 years or 3 years. Be a good boy and we'll be fine. If they had said, the earliest we shall release this is 2026, that's a different conversation, but they said that we can. So it's subjective. We might release it, we might not release it. It depends on how things go, which they didn't discuss what would make them release it or not. That's what they said. So when you saw that, why do you expect them to do anything differently? And the last thing I'll say on this is, if they release it to Atiku, I'll be more worried. Because it means Atiku has offered them what Tinubu didn't even offer them. That's the only reason why they would release it to Atiku. If he agrees to go to the depth that Tinubu will not do, if he agrees to twerk better than Tinubu is twerking for them. Put yourselves in the shoes of US, which I'm not saying is good or bad or moral police. Put yourself in their shoes. The only reason why you would release it is if Atiku says, whatever Tinubu is giving you, I'll double it. That's the only thing I can think of. I might be wrong. I might have spewed a lot of rubbish in the last 5 minutes, but that's the way I'm thinking about it. I don't think they will give it to you just because you're black people, you're suffering, you're the most populous black nation in the world. There's 250 million of you. Who gives a shit about 250 million? All of us could die for all they care. They can move to the land and live there and repossess it, call it something they like. Why do you think they care about us? So much so to do something that would help us, to make us stronger. No, they won't. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
Rudolph, let me just say something. So this information is all coming from a Freedom of Information request. This has nothing to do, this on paper and all of the filings has nothing to do with Nigeria's interest or benefit. This is, an American company which has filed these requests. Yeah, we know I forget his name now. The journalist is involved in it, but you know, it's all based off of how the U.S. government decides what qualifies as public interest and public information. That's the remit, and obviously we have the FBI and Department of Justice pushing back, saying, well, we can't release these things because it could create harm or death for some people, and we don't want to reveal our ways and means of investigations. And so that's actually the only conversation, according to my reading of what's been going on. And so what Nigerian law, what Nigerian politics has to do about it isn't supposed to factor into it, and probably isn't going to.
All right. Thank you, Declan, for that. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we talk about what happened last Saturday in Osun State. Is something that is of importance to, and what it means for the upcoming election. And tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have the same topic, and we are going to have as our guest Kayode Gundamisi, who will talk on that topic. And if you can join us tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. New York time and 6:30 p.m. West African time, that will be our topic. All right, so we take a break. When we come back, we talk about Osun State, Davido, and all the wiki and everything that happened as a result of that election. Take care.
What's going on now? Update your fans, sir. What a lie!
What did happen now? Mbuemo, that is why Mbuemo and the Kun they do there. It no go work. Patrick Dog go out. Make Kun operate from left, or you bring Rashford in as a number 9. Kun had left, Mbuemo right. Bring in Rashford as number 9 if you don't want to play Shesko. Bruno don't hide now. Bruno is not here. The system don't over. See, you cannot. Bruno cannot even see space to play. No space. We are not losing. No, we are not losing. We can't lose to Honor, bro.
I tell Bruno Fernandes, say this is your beginning. Your flop don't start. They say they get Tillemans. They did not make Tillemans. Seriously, they do
What do you
Tillemans.
concern with Bruno Fernandes? Huh? What do you concern with Bruno Fernandes?
You know them, man. 90 assist Kingo, Premier League best player. He must play. Whole City have the worst squad in the Premier League.
It's not a matter. They have better team. Yes. They still have. They are good players.
They have better team than Man United.
No.
They have Bruno Fernandes.
No, it's not a
Matheus
matter of
Cunha.
who. It's not a matter of the name. It's not a matter of the name. It's a matter of the game.
It's not the name.
It's not a name playing ball. It's the game.
And anybody that tell me that I'm saying I said it, I will tell you that I said it. Look.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let me just say that was a foreign language for me. I don't know
I was going to say,
talking about.
Who sent it? Do you even know what's going on there?
I don't know who is Bruno. Who is? I don't know. I didn't know there's a hall. What is hall? It's a team.
It's a city. It's a town in England.
Oh, okay.
You live there, Rudolph.
I just lived in London. I didn't go beyond that.
But they are not the same way politics be. The way that they talk, if you can see politics from that angle, you go that.
But this is what I'm worried about. The regular Nigerians, they know all these teams, the players, they know the game, they understand the system. I wish they invested that kind of time in politics, to understand what's going on. But I don't think they are invested in that. But I find it very amazing, Everybody, they all have their teams and they know the players, the coaches, and they know.
And they're very tribal.
Oh yeah, that's what
If you follow these guys, just like a minute, if you follow, not that you do, these guys, they're called Football Fans Tribe. If you follow soccer or football, they're a good channel to follow. They're a bunch of guys in Nigeria. So during the World Cup, guys who supported Man U and the Arsenal gang and the Chelsea gang, those are the 3 big teams. They have supporters within that group. They split during the World Cup because some were team Messi, some were team Ronaldo. So those who had alliances based on their football clubs now split during the World Cup. Like they became enemies, very tribal. The World Cup is over now. Everybody has crawled back to their Arsenal enclave, Chelsea. So it's quite interesting watching them. Football is very tribal.
Isn't not the same thing is happening in our political space? The 3 tribes. The Tunabus, the obedience, and all that, and we are seeing the split within the obedient angle. So, if we just channel our interest, those football fans, not just interest differ. Just put out the same energy, the same interest in politics. Not the same way all these our politicians they think. Right? If you want to analyze the current region, you go say, I will be Obi, no go show up this 2027. We know where by the time Saraki begin put up a political team, Erufai come out for president, begin doing own thing, and there's no way see the same thing. I just say interest differ. And once you channel your interest in politics, you will see say now the same people they do them. Okay. Now the same Nigerian where they play the politics, they play, but now marketing again. The football they put more money in trying to get the young people's attention, and the political players need to do the same way. It's as simple as that.
Okay, so before we go to Osun State, I just want to play 2 videos that will give us bigger context in some of the conversations we've been having. Let me play this one.
Chance to defeat Tinubu. So you're saying that it's better to rally around a man who has lost almost 6 times? That's your formulation answer. I'm asking you. It doesn't make sense.
Are you sure it doesn't make sense? Or because it will contradict what you say?
You say that the reason why you like Atiku is because he's playing an inclusive politics. Yes. In October 2022, on channel television, he said that Atiku's Kaduna comment, where he was telling Northerners not to vote for a Yoruba or Igbo candidate, was a genocidal statement and called for INEC to prosecute him under Section 97 of the Electoral Act. Which one is it? When you say he should be prosecuted for dividing the country,
the duty of the opposition is to watch closely what the other person has said and use it for your own advantage.
So in 2022, when you made this statement, you were just playing politics. How should we know that what you're saying in 2026 now is not also you playing politics?
First and foremost, I am playing politics.
So it's not the truth for you, it's just a political victory.
This your interview is about what I said.
We just want to reconcile your past with your present.
And that's
all right. I don't know how many people saw that video and what they made of it in terms of what people say in public space today, and how much of it we have to accept as their real position. I know the last time one man came here, I didn't know how it came into me to actually ask him, are you just playing politics? Because sometimes, we listen to everybody and people and we think that they mean what they are saying. Which brings me to Osun State. How many people here predicted what happened, that it will happen the way it happened last Saturday? That is, that the election will be resolved quickly, there won't be people complaining about how it was conducted, not much of that complaint, that Osun people would do what they did, protect the votes in the way they could. And, in general, how many people here, let me raise hands. I can play the video back, what you said, Don. I have them. Maska is raising his hands that he predicted that it will go this way. Who else? Ovie, you talk too much. Did you predict? Were you right?
No, I didn't even predict. I said I left it open that I'm watching what every political party, what their result will predict about their preparation towards 2027. So, I mean, I know it's between the APC and the man, and it could go either way. Yeah, I'm not surprised, and when it reached my turn, but the follow-up, says everything about one way round. So mine was to use that as assessment to all the political party. And if you remember, when we were going about which state is important and which are not that. So I never actually predict the total outcome. So I was saying, just a watch as a student of the game. So I watch from with keen interest.
Okay, Maska, you predicted that it will go this way.
Yes, coincidentally, I went for a condolence visit with one of my friends, and the issue came up. He is a politician, so the issue of the election came up, and I was telling them that, look, yes, it's an off-cycle election, and normally with off-cycle elections, it's like everybody wants to put a marker on the ground. But my understanding of the governor is that he's close to his people, and he's not, I remember clearly what I told him, he's not an academic governor. Some governors are academic, they think they just want to do the work. Nigerian people, if you dance for them, you do a lot of rhetoric, you will be their own person. And I know on this your show, we've also discussed the issue of rigging. One of the things that came out of that rigging is that, to a large extent, if you are very close to the people, you mitigate the chances of rigging, because it's not just only about money. Nigerians have learned that they can, at some point, when the emotional demand is high, they can collect your money and still go and vote what they want to vote. I've seen it happen a lot in Kanu, where people will collect money, but they go and vote they go and vote something different. So I predicted that this man may likely win. Of course, Nigerian election, you can't say categorically this is what when I say this man will win, not that for me, Nigerian election is not just about pure voting. It's about this issue of whether you can protect your votes. And I was very clear to this, my friends, that look, this man, I think in the end, he would be declared the winner for one reason or the other. More so, because just like it had happened, my thinking even was that no, he would win the election and then down the road, he would declare for APC. Why? Because one of the issues we even discussed at length was because there was no PDP candidate. And one of them, my friend, that is a politician, he was in PDP, he went to APC, he went to, you know, he was roaming around. And so we're like, okay, so you people don't have a candidate in Oshun. But INEC now, no, I think it's the court that declared that the Turaki faction is the one to. So there were a lot of moving pieces, and in the end, I predicted that he would win. But also on this your show, you asked the same question. I said, look, I predicted this man will win, but my submission is that it's unimportant, because in the end, this is the current governor. What has he done? And that he will win means nothing for me, because in the end, what will he still do for the Oshun people? I don't expect much. Thank you.
All right, Master, thank you so much. I will let Osho say something, but before then, let me play this video. Maybe he can key in from that. This video came out after the election. ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ ọba ní ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ ọba ní adéwọṣọ bí ọba adéwọlá bí ọba ọdọbìnrin bí ọba tó bá ń bọ̀ bọ̀ dáṣọ tó bá ń bọ̀ bọ̀ dáṣọ tó bá ń bọ̀ bọ̀ dáṣọ. aṣọ kílẹ̀ rẹ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ ń kílẹ̀ tẹ̀rù gàgà aṣọ kílẹ̀ rẹ̀ tẹ̀rù kílẹ̀ tẹ̀rù gàgà. All right, sure. If you don't mind, can you explain to us what happened there and whether it has anything to do with the outcome we saw in Osun State?
It might have had a role to play, maybe little, but what I saw in the video is quite shocking. People like myself and other people who disagree with APC are called all sorts of names, you know, Omorali, which means a bastard. Maybe not in that context, but, you know, almost like a sellout, you know, but they call us all sorts of names. Now, that was the candidate, the APC candidate at an event. That was before the election. The APC candidate, Oyebamiji, I think his name is. And the tall man, who you cannot miss, is the Shon of Ubomosho. He's a king, one of the revered kings of, not one of this, you know, local government. Yeah, the one in green, that's the Shon of Ubomosho. He's not one of these small kings. He's one of the top kings in Yoruba land. The APC candidate was walking behind him, walking towards an event, and somebody must have tapped the king, which is even wrong in the first place, to say, oh, the candidate Oyebamiji is, you know, behind you, as you can see. And the candidate tried to shake the king in his folly, in his madness. You try to shake a king. Yoruba culture, you prostrate to a king. Obasanjo will prostrate to a Yoruba king. You've seen him do it. Obasanjo is 89 or 90 or whatever he is. But this is their APC nuisance that they brought. Did that. And you hardly see any of them talk about it. There was no condemnation. There was no rebuke. As long as it's their guy, it's okay. Now, this same guy that tried to shake the king, and the king, thank God, you know, refused, turned down the handshake. This man now walked up 10 steps later, and he knelt down, bowed down to the wife of the former governor of Osun State, wife of a current minister, Oyetola. That's Oyetola's wife. So 10 seconds ago, you could not greet your own king the proper way. They talk about the Omoluabis, APC, progressives, Omoluabi. This is a Yoruba man who could not prostrate and greet. He tried to shake the king. Maybe to Igbo people, it might not make sense. You're like, what's the big deal? To also, you prostrate for a king. That is why you will never see the parents of a king and the king in public. From the day you become a king, your parents will not be seen with you in public because they will have to kneel down as the woman, as the man, bow down to greet you, which is against the Yoruba culture. The father will never do that to a child. So the king and the children, or the king and the parents, are never seen in public. Look at this guy, bowed down. If it was a different occasion, you can say whatever. Literally 10 seconds later, look at him. This is the one that they wanted to impose on Osun State people. And they will say they are the real Omoluabis. This one is a bastard. These are the real Omoalis, like full-fledged Omoali. That one is one of them. And he might have played a role. I don't know.
I have a question for
small. Yeah, ask.
Yeah. Sorry. The king you described. Do you know where his political moves? Maybe he has interest and he's not.
It makes no difference. Don't greet him.
No,
you're better off walking. You're better off walking past him. It's the fact that he tried to shake his hand. It's better not to greet him to say, okay, we have beef. The king is political. He's put his mouth in what he shouldn't put his mouth. I hear that. So walk past him quietly or let him go and then go after him and go and sit down. But the fact that you tried to shake his hand and the man rejected it, you now went 10 seconds later and went down to the wife of Oyebamiji, like your political godfather. I mean, that is unacceptable in the Yoruba land. That is the true Omoluabi that we talk of, not these Agbero ones that they try to sell to you online. But I don't know if it's played a role or not. In terms of the Osun election, I thought that the incumbent was going to win, but what I think was going to happen is that they would go to court. But from the tone of Tinubu, from the way he has spoken, I don't think they'll be going to court. I know that one of their guys, one of the top APC guys did say they are studying the election, they are going to go to court and all of that. But from the way the president has spoken, I think they've just, it's like chess, not chess, the one I know how to play, drops, checkers. That's the one I know how to play. Hey, so you give them one piece and you take like 6 pieces. I think that's what they probably have done, because I don't think they're going to court. Tinubu has told them, you didn't conquer anybody, go and reconcile with your people, don't make anybody a victim. And Wike has told them, did you think you win? If they wanted to win, they would have sent me. I'm the bogeyman. So yeah, if you walk past him, I'm still going to have something to say, but let's be logical. Walking past him is better than trying to shake a king. I was just saying that to answer Ovie's question. When Ovie said, do they have political issues? I don't know. And I'm saying that sincerely. I don't know if they have a political issue, but I'm saying you rather walk past him and pretend to say, oh, maybe I didn't see him, I didn't know, than to which Yoruba man would offer handshake to a king? It's not possible. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I thought they were going to go to court, and I thought they were going to give it to Adeleke even at court. I thought that would be the long game, which I think that's what they should have done, to even say, not only did you win, we took you to court, and you won in court. So INEC favored you, and the judiciary that you thought would build houses for even favored you. That would have been a 2-0. But now it's 1-0. They've given them 1. If I was Tinubu and APC, I would have taken it to court. I would say, let's go to court. So at the court, let us win. Let us lose. Then we'll take it to appeal court. No, actually, let them win, and then we'll go to appeal, we win, then Supreme Court will declare them winner. So we can say even the judiciary is neutral. You won with INEC, you won with the judiciary. But obviously, there are a few things we can teach them, you see. Yeah. Okay,
there's so many angles to this story. I'll push one more, get your view on that. And that is, do we learn anything from this for when we think about 2027? Is there anything to learn? There's
nothing to learn now. What are we learning? Tinubu is the president. I don't want to put a downer on it, because I want the people to go out and vote and energy and all of that. But when Tinubu wasn't the president, you saw the levers he was pulling. You saw what he did. Now that it's incumbent, I don't know. I believe in miracles. Call me stupid, yes. But I think it will take a miracle for anyone to dethrone Tinubu. As the incumbent, that guy does not play. He told you. See, what I like about APC people, there's one thing I like about them. They tell you what they're going to do. Everything is fair in politics. That is loaded. When they unleash it, they will come back and tell us in 2027 that we told you that everything is fair in politics. What did you think we mean when we told you everything is fair? When Buhari said top to bottom, yes, he put everything top to bottom. They tell you what they're going to do ahead of time. So everything is fair in politics. Road of watch it. It will become a buzzword or after the election. When people get stabbed, because you know that Nigerians will be killed in that election, it's a normal thing. And some people are okay with it, that people in Osun State, how many people were killed? And you see Adeleke, they've moved on. He's going to celebrate with the people. It's between this APC and the court people that killed the people. It's between them. is between those two parties. So one faction of APC and the other faction of APC, because Accord in Osun is like, extended branch of APC. So it's two factions of the APC. About 50 people died. Those people not died, were killed. So those people that have been killed now, wasted. And that's why Dele Farotimi said to do not die in their war. Because the people that have died now, imagine their families seeing Adeleke go to play with Wiki and dance and all these things, and Davido that was tweeting, no more APC is now hugging Wiki, my godfather. If you die, you die. And that's why people like me will plead and say, please, let's not kill each other during election. It's not worth it. But when I say it, they say it's utopia I'm looking for. You are looking for election that doesn't exist anywhere. As if people die in the election that you go and vote every day. People don't need to be killed. It's bad enough that you give money and rights, but stop killing each other. Help the people to stop killing each other. Stop sending other people's children to kill each other. But you say it now, they say you are shaking bomb, you are twerking for Peter Obi. By saying don't kill people, by saying, imagine somebody going against don't kill people. Yes.
All right, thank you, Sho. Tony, I want you to tell us what you think, what you make of the election before and after. Maybe what we are going to learn, if there's anything we're going to learn from it for the upcoming election, the main one. If we lose 50 people in every state in the upcoming election, that will mean that we're ready to lose 1,800 people, and we still call it a free and fair election. That's what people are calling this one that happened in Osun. Tony, go ahead.
Well, I don't think, I said elsewhere that the election was not free and fair. It wasn't free, it wasn't fair. Why do I say that? First of all, if you're looking at the concept of free and fair election, you have to first of all look at the political situation a priori, that is before the election, and then during the election and after. So if you look at before the election, you would see that there have been processes put in place to ensure that the opposition, that is Adeleke and his team, were totally emasculated. First of all, we know about the allocations that were withheld, both state and local government. We knew about people, party members, top members of the party who were arrested and taken to Abuja, which is intimidation in itself. We knew about a senator who came out to say, kill Accord people, kill their families, kill their children. That's intimidation. That person is supposed to be languishing in jail, and nothing happened. We also saw Faleke, we saw Wole Oke, we saw the woman, Arike. So we saw all these were before the election. Even before the election, 30 people have been killed, and more people were killed later. We saw the mobilization. We saw people were posturing, members of the ruling party were posturing, we're going to take it by force. We saw the mobilization. We saw the funds that were pumped into the place. And these were all before the election. So it was, there has not been any off-cycle or off-season election that has been so militarized or so monetized as this one. Over 110 billion spent on just an off-cycle election. And then, of course, if you look at the fact that a day before the election, the Accord Party chairman resigned and defected to APC and urged members of Accord, to vote for APC. So the scene was set from day one. The governor was crying. What was the intention of withholding and freezing the accounts of Osun State, of Osun State, to cause insurrection, cause dissension, and so get the people to vote against what is his name, Jackson. But if you look at Osun State, you find out that the APC under Ogbeni was not paying salaries. Arebeshola, he didn't pay salaries. And then when Oyotola came in, he was paying half salary. When Jackson came in, he was paying, he cleared the arrears and he paid full salary. So Jackson was a threat. And apart from that, you look at his family pedigree and you look at the other things, you found out that he knew he had a threat. So there was a build-up. And then, of course, there's the insinuation the president comes from there, and the former governor wasn't happy that, the way, he lost the election against their delegates, So there were issues. And then if you look at the primaries of APC, it was considered that the person that emerged as a candidate of APC was not the best. And so within the APC, there was an implosion. And people like Omishore had to leave. And we hear that he raised up people who voted against even APC itself. They voted for Adeleke. So before the election itself, before the election itself, there was a build-up. There were issues. There are people who were disgruntled, both for APC, within APC, and on the other side. And then you look at the day of the election proper, you see the mobilization, you see the governors who came. Some say 15, some say 17, some say 22. They were, clothed in ashoke because they thought they had it in the bag. It was going to be celebration for them. And unfortunately for them, it didn't turn out. And I heard people say, oh, it was negotiated. But if you look at the antecedents, it would be difficult for anybody to arrive at that, at the fact that it was a negotiation. It was APC got a bloody nose. That's the truth. Because it would be unfair and uncharitable for you to say that they negotiated. There are some people who rose up, they stood up, and they for many reasons. Not that Adeleke was very, very good or was the best, but you can see even within, if you look at the three preceding governors that they had, no one is better than Adeleke, what Adeleke had done. And the issues were very, very clear. But put that aside, because you asked me a very important question. There are lessons to learn from the Osun crisis. There are quite a lot of lessons to learn. And one of the lessons to me is that it is possible for Nigerians, if they mobilize, to kick out any government that is unpopular to them, if they can unite, in spite of whatever resource that you have. I mean, we saw it. You might say Osun is a microcosm of this. You're talking about a much more bigger space, political space than this. But in itself, it shows that the people can stand and challenge, the behemoth, the Goliath, and say, we don't need you, and boo them, and follow it up, follow their votes to INEC, follow their votes from the unit to the polling center, and so on and so forth, and ensure that they get results and that their votes count. It was demonstrated there. So for me, that is one way. Did INEC do well? I put a question mark, because if you look at how do you explain the 3 to 5 hours gap in declaring the results? Because at some point they stopped. Were they thinking of something? Were they trying to manufacture a glitch? What was happening? Were they trying to look at the space and see whether there's something they could do? We don't know. Probably one day we'll find out. But so I don't give INEC any pass mark. I don't give EFCC any pass mark. I don't give the president any pass mark. And all this attempt of trying to say, oh, the president, I can understand politicians. I can understand Jackson probably trying to ward off, like all the governors that are saying we'll vote for Tinubu, everybody is trying to get the man off their back. And so they can have peace to focus on state matters. So there's a lesson. Tinubu can be removed. It's not God. He can be taken out. It has been done before. It's possible if the people unite and they focus. If they gave Osun people money, 20,000, 50,000, and 10,000, and so on. Yeah, they took the money and they voted the way they wanted, and they ensured that their vote counted. They brought in soldiers. They brought in CPs. About 38 CPs came in there. And then the aides of the politician, the NWC, of APC, their aides, their officials, the governors, and so on, they all came there, and they thought it was who. But of course, they saw that when they got there, that water passed Gari. So it's a lesson. Now, all said and done, what lessons does this portend for 2027? My view is that the ruling party is not comfortable. That message has been clearly sent to them. They are not comfortable, and you can see their jittery. You can see every attempt to show that they lost. They say, no, we didn't lose. Like Nike is speaking. No, if the president wanted the state, by all means, would have sent me, which is an insult to APC, because what it means is that one person would have been able to do what all those crowd that went to, including APC stalwarts and all the money and so on, could not do. One person who is wicked, the Almighty, would have done it. I think that's an insult to APC. That's one. Two, I also think that this attempt of revolving everything against one person, that if the man wanted, then it would have been done. I don't see anywhere that kind of politics is played in a democracy, where if the man wants, he gets it. If he doesn't want, then nothing. They said it in Ocean. I mean, in Edo. Do you want me to give you the state? And they said, yes, I'll give it to you. And it just went quiet. Nobody said anything. And it's a shame, because what we see today, and I think is a revolt. What Ocean people did is a revolt to say, yes, we will tell you that we hold power. And that's what it should be. So I commend Ocean people. And I think there's a model for us to learn, even in the bigger picture, come 2027, that the people's vote must count. Whether you mobilize police, whether you kill people, whether they went ahead and arrested even people who carried guns, arrested people who were sharing money, forced the police and the army away. So, and I think that's the way to go, come 2027. I don't know if I answer your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. You went extensively on your take. Thank you so much. Sola, you are next.
Took him 30 minutes. I hope I get 45 minutes.
Okay, so Dr. Damages, I think one of the things that we need to take out from this Osun election is that yeah, there were a lot of shenanigans, but in my own way and what I've heard, what I've seen, I can say, not we, that the people of Osun voted for Adeleke. They voted. Were they shenanigans? Were they vote buying and stuff? Yes, it did happen. But in this election, the people of Osun came out to vote. And part of what the last speaker said, they're true. When Adeleke came into government, he said Oyetola left a debt of 75 billion in salaries and pension. It more or less they could have more or less inflated it. Fair enough. In which there was a video that also circulated of a woman who was a level something. I can't remember what level the woman was. And before Oyetola came in, during the guy before Oyetola, she has been at that level and her salary has been the same. So at the end of the day, she wasn't paid. I mean, she wasn't promoted. But when Adeleke came in, she was promoted because her level has gone past that level. And, like probably maybe someone is level 4 and probably is meant to be on level 8 and is still collecting, she was collecting a salary at still level 4. So that woman said, look, there's no way. We will protect our vote, but Adeleke is going to come in. Also, Adeleke is from Ede, but Adeleke constructed road not in his own hometown. He went to other places, Ilesha, other big places, Ife, constructed roads, project that has not been done there before, which is very, very good. But we cannot as well remove the big factor of the kingmaker in Ife, the man called Omishore. Omishore came out and he was meant to be the governor. He came out under APC. Omishore is one of the person that did not allow Adeleke to also come out as APC candidate, because he also wanted to become the governor. But I mean, more or less the power to be, they more or less pushed him out. And also, while they were trying to do sharing of who is going to be who, they set him aside. And that really got him angry. And on the day of election, before the day of election, he switched allegiance to Adeleke. So Adeleke won in Ife, because everybody knows that Omishore holds Ife very easy, stronghold in which he does hold. So, which is, everybody knows. But one of the things that I feel that played in this game is the fact that Adeleke has family, not because of the fact that his family is wealthy, no, but his elder brother, his elder sister, they played a big factor in his governance in terms of being a governor. If Adeleke was more or less like a one-man person, he wouldn't have done what he did that much to that level in Osun State. But because he had experience, he had his brother and his sister behind him, they were able to tutor him to say, do this here, this is what's going to win you the election. And that's why when you see all the videos going around, prostrating to his sister, prostrating to his brother, and also it won't be fair for us to say, looking at 2027, if this is going to be replicated. I believe, and I love what the Osun people did. They collected their money and they spent it, which is good. But I'm not advocating that they should collect. If they are throwing it at them, take it, spend it, and vote for whoever you want to vote for. However, Osun, if you check Osun, there was a guy that came on Arise, I think yesterday, and he's an analyst, and he did mention, said, back in 2023, Osun did not vote. I think it is only Osun and Lagos State that did not vote for Bola Tinubu. So Atiku won in Osun, then Obi won in Lagos. And don't forget, Atiku's wife, she's from Osun as well. So it's a stronghold in which I think is going to give, the president nightmares coming in this election. So I feel that, is there going to be rigging? Absolutely 100%. See, whoever says Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not become the next president is a joker. Not simply because it is going to be free and fair. It is grab it, stab it, shoot it, gun it, take it by force in any single way he can. And he will. He has dominated every space. The police, the army, the military. Which one do you want to say again? Up here in the sky, anywhere. The judiciary, he owns them. The propaganda TV, he owns them. Radio station, he owns them. So I think he is going to enter. So, and this is Nigerian politics, and that is the why sometimes, and I have to say something to Ovie now. People might think it is Nigerian politics, and that's what Ovie is playing. That's the game he's playing. He's playing Nigerian politics, not simply because of the fact that he doesn't know what is going on, but he sees that, look, and that's one thing they said on Arise. If you look at how will you sit down and look at Okpebolo for God's sake? But to be honest with you, the guy has done nothing in his state, and yet he's going to another person's state to have the person as a dancing governor, as a twerking governor. So in this election that has just gone past, I think the Osun people did well, and I don't think we'll be able to replicate it. Not free and fair, but a little bit of people voting their conscience in the election. Probably, I hope that Nigerians do the same in this. They should vote whoever they want. So that's just what I would say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sola. Let's go to Jide. Jide, welcome to the show. I'm sorry that you had to wait this long to say something. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, no problem. It's okay. It's fine. Good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph. Good to see you. Greetings to everyone on the show. Greetings to everyone listening. Yeah, I mean, I've listened to everyone. Everyone has expressed their ideas and opinions about the internal situation in Nigeria. For me, I think Nigeria as a country, as a nation, should redefine their political structure, because the political structure in Nigeria is a complete mess. It's a complete, yeah, it's a shambolic process, an entirely shambolic process. So there's that aspect, that's number one. And number two is, you see, yeah, I know there's a lot of excitement and there's a lot of, by a lot of our people about this election coming up next year. And there was also an election, like has been discussed as well, just a couple of days ago with the Osun State governorship election too. And there's a lot of excitement and there's a lot of anticipation on the outcome of this election, particularly the presidential election. But the point of the matter is that I feel like the election at the end of the day, after the entire process is over, I feel at the end of the day, it is going to be a delusion. Because why is this so? Because I think the entire political structure is still defined in such a way to put the same criminal entities, the same traitors in power wherever we vote for. And that's why I've always emphasized that for us to get to the point of voting, the entire political structure has to change. If the entire political structure is still the same, no matter who we vote for, no matter who we discuss, the same policies are going to be implemented. The same outcome will still be manifested on the Nigerian people. And, there are many examples of good leaders that have been voted in many parts of the world. And we saw what happened because it's an open and free society. It's a liberal democratic system. Foreign intelligence agencies infiltrate and they cause regime change. So many countries, Chile, Congo, and that's why some head of states, when they get into power, they become repressive. Not because repression is good, but because there are a lot of foreign intelligence agencies that come into these countries to destabilize or cause regime change operations. And Nigeria is amenable to that. So even if we have a good leader, even if we have a good leader that we vote in, that becomes president, and it begins to, nationalize our resources, beginning to invest in Nigerian people, and then the poverty rate reduces, I believe that will go against the interest of some imperial powers. And what will happen is they will cause regime change. So what does that mean? So that means our political structure in itself needs to be completely changed. For example, our people, our Nigerian people, there will always be exceptions, right? I don't want to generalize. But the assumption is majority of Nigerian people, we are not ideologically grounded. We do not have politically ideological foundations. So how would those kind of people go and vote? That's why we complain. A lot of us probably complain that our people sell their votes, right? A lot of them buy, they sell their votes. They vote for whoever gives them food, right? Because a lot of them are ignorant. There's a high level of poverty, but also they are not ideologically grounded. So an ideologically grounded people are very cohesive. You cannot give them misinformation because everything they do, culturally, socially, politically, it is aligned with the survival of that group of people. That's why you have Iran. The people can be under sanctions. Some people may even die. Yeah, DIE. Some people they may be fighting a war, and they will still stand with the Islamic Republic because the Iranian people are ideologically grounded. The same thing with Cuba too. There could be economic blockade, economic siege, right? But because the people are aligned with the state in terms of an ideology, they will stand with the state rather than going to go and cause regime change. So the point I'm making is, if the people are not ideologically grounded and properly informed, we will still be in this mess. The same thing with Russia too. They know they are at a war right now. They're not going to say they will go and cause regime change. They will go and kick out Putin because they are ideologically grounded to understand that it is beyond Vladimir Putin that is the president of Russia. There is a system in place to keep them at war, to destroy them. I think if our people begin to realize that even among ourselves, some of us represent such entities, that are actually coming to sabotage and destroy our country and not make our country develop. We will keep talking about 2031, 2035, 2039, 2043, and we'll keep talking about the same thing. We'll keep talking about this, about our traitors coming to power, causing all sort of drama and all that. Because like I said earlier, I think our people need to be informed. And most importantly, I think from what I saw in a few days ago with the Osun State election, clearly reveals a lot of things I'm saying now. The man that won the election and, he who must not be named, the entertainer, we saw what happened. I was calling the same countries that are destroying us indirectly, right? I was calling them to come and fix our problem. And despite that, our people still voted for the uncle of that who must not be named. So the point I'm making is our people are poorly informed, our people are ignorant, our people are not ideologically grounded. So when that is the case, we will keep voting for what? For this kind of people. Our people lack class consciousness. We are allowed to rich people, wealthy people, and this is a major problem. A lot of these so-called rich and wealthy people, they do not align with our interests. They align with the imperial class, with the imperial states, with those imperial countries. They do not align with the people of Nigeria. I've said it so many times. And I think what's going to play out in this 2027 election will be the same outcome that played out in 2023. And I think we'll keep talking about this until there is a real redefinition of the Nigerian political structure. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jide, for that. I wish you were here when we were talking about Tinubu's case in the US and what that means.
Have they reviewed it?
Huh? Not yet. I saw this, KJ, I'm coming to you next. I saw this headline that we could have put up that time. This was an old magazine. I don't know the year, but it looks like something published in the 80s or 90s. It was warning that drug barons may determine Nigeria's political future. So, all right, KJ, welcome. And what's your take on the Osun election?
Okay, thank you again, Dr. Rudolph. Somehow my view has become controversial to those who don't want to hear the truth. But I won't stop speaking about it. I will start from the end. I get to the beginning. When the man won the election, he gave his speech. And the last part of it, what he said was, when he was asked, why do you say you're supporting him? He said, I'm supporting Tinubu because he's a Yoruba man. If an Igbo man said that, by now, the social media would have been filled with that. Even for an Igbo man, the governors of the South, it can't say they are supporting Obi. Because it's an Igbo man. If they 3 weeks talking about that. But that's the first message this individual gave to the Osun people who supported him and stood their ground. You see, anybody who said that, and I've read from Wike and one or two other people who said, Festus Kiamo, who said that Tinubu was not interested. Agreement is agreement. That's a fallacy. That is a fallacy. APC went out there to win that election. They couldn't do it, and they couldn't do it because of Dati Baba Ahmed's theory, which is that if you people are 10, they can rig you out, they can beat you, they can. If the whole town was waiting, they were awake and they were all around the INEC office. It would take more than just a one man to be able to carry out that rigging. And so you find out that at the beginning of the election, the Osun people were with the people they want to support. They gathered, they voted, they didn't go home. They didn't say, it's night, we go rest. In fact, you can see the videos trending. They were following the truck that carried some of the, in some places that carried the ballot boxes, and they were waiting. They said nobody's going to sleep until the results are called. Even when there was a phone call, and thanks to the video, even though my dear brother said his name, I don't know why they won't call his name, who kept the people abreast what is going on. Even when they call and say suspend calling of results, he told the people they've suspended though, able to be on your guard. Whether the people are going to do anything or not, Rudolph, the first law is law of preservation, self-preservation, right? So you want to be safe first to know that you will live tomorrow. So no matter how much you have been offered, it will be a bit difficult for you to know that if this happens, you will not be able to leave that place. So now, whether that worked for the people or that's the reason why he was declared winner or not, that is what we see today. And that is what we have said here. I, for one, said yes, it's going to be keenly contested, but I know that the people can stand. I mean, let me be very clear here. I'm a bit surprised because I followed the election throughout. I was following them through the night and all that. That they stood their ground, whether they were the ones who did it or not. But they stood. They were in the streets. The lights were on. At one point I will say, sure, they say light not in Nigeria. How come the streets are all lit up and people are walking up and down? So the lights were on. The people were out there. They were inside the hall. They were around the hall. They were making their voices known. They were singing and dancing that this one, our votes must count. So that put a lot of pressure on the system, and that probably is the reason why Adeleke today is returned as a governor. I really thank the people of Osun, because if that's what Nigeria have been doing, people like the likes of Okpobolo will not be in the position of governance today. Yes, because I said that deliberately to hit over here, because Edo State has a lot of professors. Professor Ambrose Ali was one of the people who came into government many years ago, who made a difference. Today we're having people like Okpobolo, and they want us to have another Okpobolo in Osun State. Thank God the people of Osun State refused to have another Okpobolo there. You see, whether we like it or not, that is what the future of the Nigerian election will be like. Was it free and fair? No. So that's why, again, I come back to hit on the governor who went to say it was a free and fair election. There's something that TGJX used to teach those days. You mustn't give somebody the right answer. If you don't have if you're not in a position to see the right, you can just say, look, I'll think about it and I'll get back to you. Or you just keep quiet. You could have still delivered his speech and thanked the president, but not put in free and fair. You are lying. This is this way we teach our society, our children, how to lie. And so how do you expect to get better? Everybody knew that the election was not free and fair. You yourself launched an endowment fund for the people who were killed, for which you call 6 of them. You call 6 names that leaving the rest 20-something that were also killed. And you put 500 million naira endowment funds for them, and you are here to say it is free and fair. So you can see the contradiction in the polity of our country. All right. Now, having said that, the rule that is this what you see going forward? Yes, I see this going forward. But the question is, the only people who can make their people to stand out just like this will have the result they desire. If you don't mobilize your people in 2027 this way, you will not get the results. And it will even be much easier for governors and good people. I'm not saying everybody. People who work for their people to mobilize their people to stand out, because it is because the people believe in this governor, whether he's dancing or not. It is because they believe in him. His family, Adeleke's family, is not new in policy of Osun State. So I will not say that what this other guy was saying is no. They have been on ground, and it's not because his brother said that no. They too spent money. APC spent money. The APC will have gone there with 20 something governors and not spend money. Accord also spent money. Davido also spent money. Nobody should tell us that they didn't spend money. They spent money. Those vanguards they got, they didn't give those vanguards who are helping to mobilize the people and go around. They wouldn't have done that with their own money. You give them mobilization to do that. So they spent money, but they didn't spend money because they want to buy the vote, because the people believed in them, and that's why the people voted for Adeleke. And I want to see that going forward. Nigeria politics, without this kind of mobilization, some people come here and go around up right away. Some people come here and say Tinubu's strategy is nonsense. It's nonsense. You see, it's just like somebody who is not fighting fair. If you are fighting you are boxing with somebody, that person is parking side and throwing your eyes to hit you. Will you say that the person has defeated you fairly? This guy is not a fair fighter. We should equally approach him in that order. I said the same thing here, and that thank God that Adeleke and his brothers didn't sit behind and just watch the merry-go-round. If Obi or any other person is going to be really, really serious, whoever they are, Atiku, Obi, whoever who is seriously going to challenge this guy must also be ready to go in the same way that the delegates went. They brought everything out and they fought tooth and nail. And today they have victory on their side. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I just checked, about 44% of registered voters participated in the election, which is a lot higher than what we get in elections in Nigeria. All right, Ovie, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. KJ, I appreciate your shout outs to my performing governor, the one and only Akpako Rescue. So, I'm proud of my governor because it's not easy to always make national conversation pretty much every week out. Something we are doing well as a regional, sub-state governor who is becoming a national champion. We are doing well. Now, on Oshu election, as I said last week, I said that we use it as a last test for the political parties, pretty much all the institutions that matters. Why? Because I saw what played out in 2023, which ironically not the same thing. But what changes that election 2022 Oshu election was also a test ground. It was after that election, a lot of people believed that it was going to be a 3-horse race. Why? Because, again, even the obedient forgets. Obi launched a very huge rally in Oshogbo around, I think it was on the 18th, there about July, where he energized his base to vote for a guy named Yusuf something under Labour Party. It was huge. That was when people begin to say, okay, I think this is going to 3-horse race. Even though I never believed it, I do all I can to push Konkozo into the conversation. But again, INEC, that was when INEC tested the so-called machine, the machine that they eventually switched off, was when they tested it. And everything went fine. So just like everybody they praised the election as people turn out, people were actually very happy and encouraged because of how the BV, whatever they call the machine, forget me for now, that how effective it was. Results was out and everybody was celebrating, but 3 major things will be...
IRAVE. Are you talking about IRAVE?
Yes, that was when it was tested. That was the last test, and it went well. That was when everybody, even the INEC chairman, begin get mad, begin promise heaven and earth. But that standard, and Obi launched his campaign. That was 2023, and eventually we see how it eventually turned out to become 3-horse race. Now, what happened in 22? Fast forward to today. What happened last weekend? What it shows is that it's going to be 2-horse race come 2027. It's going to be, regardless of how people turn out rich, right? The person where they give the votes, come out and direct the votes to Tinubu, right? Even though the PDP wing of Atiku was expecting the outcome, it didn't go that way. And Atiku come out immediately and pull a hot shot to say if he's got an opportunity, he's going to revert the subsidy. That went hard straight to the core of a Bola Tinubu policy that he had to respond himself. Now, how Obite show up for Osun was nowhere to be found. And to support a Rudolph argument last week, he said yes, because it's not important to them. They don't need to waste their resources. Forgetting that a lot, the show that they presented 2022 in Oshogbo, the obedient, give them that national reckoning that yes, this is a party to look out for. But fast forward to today, he said no, the important. That's to tell you what has gone, what has played out. Because for me, I said that what you did in 2023, 2024, 2025, that is going to eventually show up. So Obi follow with the outcome by hosting a press conference that even a Davido brother, not even the winner, not Davido, his other brother, his own press conference carry more weight, even by aesthetics, more than Obi's press conference. Then you begin to ask yourself, what is going on? So they are not ready. So what is going to happen in 2027? You will see.
All right, Obi lost power in the part of Nigeria he is.
You're wrong. My jazz is working. Oluwo means jazz man.
Apostle Alhaji Oluwo Femi, you are next.
Okay, thank you. God bless you, by the way. So, I honestly do not even want to entertain continuing political shenanigan in Nigeria. But because it's a topic, I want to say, if it was in a sane situation, you might naturally be able to say you're trying to analyze Nigerian politics or democracy as the case is. That's when you can now begin to piece things away and say, okay, what's Tinubu's strong point? What helps him? And you can now say, okay, the political structure. Like I like to say in Nigeria, we like that word. We like certain words in Nigeria, structure, whatever that means. You can now say, okay, the power of incumbency. That's another phrase that carry over from years before now. You can now say, okay, maybe because he now has managed to co-opt the number of governors that defected into APC into 31 out of 36. Who knows how many will be left before December? And the ones that are underground APC members, like the Anambra State governor, for example, and even Adeleke in a way. And then you can now say, okay, that's on one hand. Oh, maybe opposition fragmentation would also have been something to consider. Then on the other hand, what will be against him? Obviously, like we say in America, is the economy stupid? The cost of living, security concerns, what have you. But if one is being frugal or being honest rather, again, still along the same lines of assuming we're even discussing a sane situation, you could have said, okay, with the fact that you now have Dati Ahmed and Obi, as well as Atiku, and is it Adewale, even though I don't know how many votes he's going to manage to win, not to now talk of our dear friend, your friend rather, the Sahara man, who probably would be left with voting for himself, unfortunately, and 10 other people from his family, because that's what happens, Abi. But again, this is when you're trying to act as if we're actually trying to make sense of what doesn't make sense. That's when you're trying to act like a real analyst. But Rudolph, between you, in fact, among all of us here, who thinks what has happened in Oshun, for example, there was no back and dealing, especially when you look at those pictures that you showed, because I didn't even see the other video of Davido and what have you going to Tinubu. If you look at, pictures matter, videos matter. It says a lot. I mean, how can you explain to me in any language of your choice, pick one, Mandarin, whatever, that it doesn't tell you something went on behind the scene, whatever the case. Now, try to convince me, because you're a doctor, I believe, I know a fake one too. Try to convince me, doctor, through any research in any lab, anywhere in the world, that what has happened in Oshun, somehow, with this craziness that we're practicing, this democracy, according to Fela, that this will translate into victory for any kind of opposition or what have you. Ultimately, I'll land this way. No matter how you want to dice it, we'll come back here by God's grace. Rudolph, I don't know, you're probably going to be 70 then or so. I don't know, whatever. We'll come back and I'll remind you, did we not tell you? Why are we deceiving ourselves? There's no point. Let's not even bother adding to our national debts. Let's not waste time pretending. Let's just wake up on May. Is it May 29, Abi? And just announce the new. Let's just deceiving ourselves. So thank you very much for allowing me to rant a bit.
All right, thank you. We are going to rant after this, after Dexter and Jagun, after they weigh in on this, we rant and call it a day. Before I bring in Dexter, I have a video I wanted to play because so many things happened during the week. There was a peace accord signing that happened Let me show you.
Shake hands with Action Alliance. Action Democratic Party embrace Action People's Party.
No, I don't want to hug you. I don't want to hug APC. Now bribery. Now big hug. Now big hug. Thank you.
Democratic Leadership Alliance and
Also, there were videos of Osun people weighing in on their governor.
Baba Nurudini Jackson. Ẹ má fàyọ̀ fọ́ o. Ẹ má fàyọ̀ fọ́ o. Àwọn ọmọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ni ẹ dúró tì bí ẹ ṣe dúró tì. Olójú tó ṣojú gàdàgbọ̀n gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn bàbá tí a ti máa sọ. Kò ní ìdá lọ́nà méjì. Ajé òsìlè rorò kó sójúlé méjì. Ìbò Ọ̀ṣun state táà ti dì fún yín jẹta. Tẹ́ ẹ ti jáwé olúborí ní kọ́lọ́hún ó ṣe kẹjọ permanent tẹ́ ẹ fi parí ìjọba tí. Ẹ má fi Tinubu lọ́kàn balẹ̀ wípé ìbò Ọ̀ṣun tọ́jọ́ presidential election tá a fẹ́ di jẹ́dá ìsìn kẹ́mi lọ́kàn balẹ̀ pé ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ó dìbò fún irú erékéré wo lẹ̀ ṣe fún sẹ́yìn náà ṣé ẹ tó dàgbà tó báyìí ní èjì yín ẹ ṣe làkàyè ni sẹ́yìn tí ò bá fẹ́ ni sẹ́yìn mọ́ fagídí fẹ́ ni wọ́n kó 16 governor senate president odidi national chairman gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wọ́n kò tì í lọ́rùn ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ní kọ̀sọ̀ náà sẹ́yìn tí ò bá fẹ́ ni sẹ́yìn mọ́ fagídí fẹ́ ni ẹ wá ń ṣe a thanksgiving speech ẹ wá ń sọ fún Tinubu pé tó bá di January 16 ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ẹ wá mú àlọ́ dìbò fún jẹ́ǹjẹ́ àná iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ tiyín ló mú yín dépò iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ tiyín náà tẹ̀wọ̀n débẹ̀ tó bá ti sẹ́kọ̀tà tó bá di sáàfù ẹ̀ ṣé ṣẹlẹ̀ Yorùbá wá jẹ́bi tí wọ́n ti máa gun irú àwọn bàbá tiwa ní kútùpà ẹ̀sìn ni wọ́n gbé gorí ẹ̀sìn lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ẹ̀ sọ̀ pàkọ́ nù ṣé ká tó tẹ̀yìn kùtùpà kẹ́ tó gbà lẹ́sìn lẹ́ẹ̀kejì ni kọ́ agbára yín ọ̀ka Nurudini Jackson gọ́vnọ̀ Adeleke agbára yín ọ̀ka pé kí gbogbo ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ká dìbò ẹ̀ máàs fún Tinubu agbára yín ọ̀ka ẹ má lọ gbowó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rẹ́yìn o tí nìkan ni ó dí o èmi ò jù.
Hey, Doctor, please, let me just say something about what this guy said, just in brief, two lines. You see, when I was in Nigeria in January, right, what that guy just demonstrated there, and it just convinced me that irrespective of tribe or ethnicity or religion, people they are seeing the real shaggy right now. But like I always allude to, if Nigerians at this point in time have not understood that together we're in serious palaver, irrespective of who's there and where that person comes from, then again, we're not serious, we're not ready. So I'm just watching. I'm enjoying the movie right now.
All right, thank you, Apostle Alhaji Olu. Dexter Yanes, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Ramejis. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I've been listening to the background. I think so. There's this theory they say if you do nothing, what do you benefit? Nothing will happen. It's better you do something than just say, oh, it's already bad, you know. I think we should, if we really want change in Nigeria, then we have to do something. We can't just say, oh, because that's the script that the government wants. That's the script the government wants, especially for people who are in countries where your electoral value matters. You know, it's trying not to, you know, because you might have some people from Nigeria watching you here and say, if these people already think it is this bad, then why should we do anything? As much as what happened in Osun, if you look at the political climate, you might say, oh, maybe the president, maybe it was already staged. You know, I have some inside information that it was staged, so, and it is only staged to prop up, because if you look at what they've done, they've kind of validated that Osun has like 900,000 voters. This is a wicked play script. It's just like when they did the local government elections in Rivers State. It propped up that Rivers State has like 1.5 million to 2 million voters just from local government. So it's a play script for rigging, because now what they propped up is that Osun has close to 1 million voters. So who is going to have that amount of voters by rigging? But the truth is that the people's elections, people want to really vote. When
is it just from
me? Come out to vote for anybody, whoever the candidate is. If the people come out to vote for whoever the candidate is, then I think the people's vote will stand. Of course, yes, the APC machinery is there to try and squash the elections, but whether we like it or not, the elections that are coming up, because of how the demographic in Nigeria, I don't think rigging it will be straightforward. Tinubu might get away rigging the elections in the Southwest easily, but he won't get away rigging the elections in any other place. That's just the truth. He won't get away with rigging the elections in the North, because if they rig the elections in the North, it will lead to serious riots. He won't get away with rigging the elections even in the South. He won't get away with that. So we should not now play the card of it. It's all doom and gloom. It's already crowned. Let us just. I mean, why didn't we do the same thing for Abacha? Why was there a resistance towards Abacha? We shouldn't play that card. As people who are a little bit educated, you can't play that card of, let's just surrender, just lie down, they've already won. That's the narrative that they want, and we can't subscribe to that. There must be a form of resistance to show that we have a pulse. The moment we get to a point where we are saying, let's just allow them, we don't have a pulse, we are dead. That means we are dead as the people, we are dead as the country. So to show we have a pulse, if you read Ben Castle's book, a young child, 13-year-old, came to the hospital and he was almost being declared dead. And one of the nurses said, I can see his pupils, that the eyes of the patient's pupils moved. That was all Ben Castle needed to do a brain surgery on that child. And the child was, in 2 weeks, that child was running. There was no pulse, there was nothing, but one of the last signs of life in a human being is the movement of the eyes, the pupils moving. And the nurse said, I can see the pupil moving. That was it. So we can't stay here and say, let's just, they've won. That's just saying we have no pulse, and we don't deserve to even be a nation. So people must agree that no matter what the strategy of there's something about trying to replicate what we know. We are, as human beings, it's what we see, we imagine. It's what we hear, that we imagine. So what we see, we try to replicate. What we hear, we try to imagine it. In the mentality of many Nigerians, it is what APC did in 2013 to 2015 that should be done to remove this same APC. But I don't agree with that. We think that is the model. Like the way to remove APC is to do the same thing, replay the same script of APC. And I think many people's mindset is stuck on that because that's all we know. But that's not the truth. We don't have to replay that script. Number two, why you don't have to replay that script? That's a Tinubu script. So you don't play a script for somebody that is already a master of. So the onus is on the Nigerian people and people like us, one, to give hope to people that their votes will count. That is the least we can do. And encourage them to go and vote their conscience. Not to come and tell them, it's already finished and all that. No, we shouldn't do that. Because in the countries where many of you are, you believe your vote counts. So we absolutely shouldn't do that. We should tell the people it's going to work out. Irrespective of what they've done in Osun, things can turn, if the beavers worked as they say it works, if it is real, if the Beavers works as they say it works in Oshun, then there's every reason to believe that it's going to work. You know, the other part of the question I asked is that it's just that Nigeria is a very, very flawed and corrupt country, because there really is no reason for people to be going to court for elections. Really, why? It's just to, in certain countries, you just recount. You just recount it. Number two, if PDP, it's just that Nigeria is a very, very corrupt system. If PDP actually had the actual results of the 2023 elections, then must you release the results to favor you? You know, these are the questions I ask. You know, so we just have to evolve as a people. I think that's what it is. We have to evolve as a people, and our mindset must evolve that it is possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dexter. I understand where you're coming from. I would say that when I hear people sound like it's inevitable, what they think will happen in 2027, I look at it that they are trying to really protect themselves. It's coping mechanism. You know, most people want to cope with what they suspect will happen. Not that, because if I've been looking for figures from the last election for governor in the Osun State, I just want to compare it to what we have now. How many percentage of voters participated in the last one compared to this one? That would give us an indication whether the increase in number of voters that participated had something to do with the outcome. And if that is true, we can also estimate that if in general, next election, there are more people who are participating in the election, that it will do better than what people are saying. It may be different. It may be anybody else, but let's just hope. Let's quickly go to, we have to round up Jagun and then Sola. Then we will take a break, come back and do the rant and call it a day. Jagun, go ahead.
Thank you. I would save a lot of your time in that I don't have much to add to this particular discourse. I think everybody knows the way I think about the new election. Mine is not about the election, it's more about Nigeria and where Nigeria's direction is. And I don't believe it's in any idiotic democratic so-called vote that the people are going to take in the new year. I think Nigeria has had enough of the example of governorship since 1999 and before. And I'm afraid if we're not understanding what's being played before us against what's happening in the rest of the world, because sometimes we, like Americans, we see ourselves very insularly. We don't see ourselves as part of this world. And as part of this world, and a major part of this world, we are being played. And we're being played at every level. And we are losing every battle. And unless we come together as a unity and as an example to the rest of the world, sometimes we think we're here just to prove to ourselves as Nigerians. It's not sufficient, because Nigeria can stay a basket case for all anybody cares. We as Nigerians have to stand up as an example to the rest of the world. And if we don't have that kind of passion, we're going nowhere. So I'll leave it there, because Nigerian elections mean nothing to anyone. We're all just prattling about nothing. So I allow you to do that whilst I listen and laugh. That's what I would say.
All right, thank you, Jagan. Again, let me remind people who are watching that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Kayode Ogundamisi joining us to talk about Osun election, what it means for 2027. Initially, we proposed to have Frederick Nwabufo, who is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Public Engagement. He had to travel, so...
Of course he had to travel. How can he come here?
Wait. Hold on, Jagan. He's now going to join us on August 30th. So he's coming. Something just came up. That was why we moved it. But he's coming on August 30th. So if you've been preparing for him to join us, just one more week, he will be here. All right, let's go to, who is the last person? Yeah, Sola, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks once again, guys. I listened to some of the things the other guy said, like Dexter, when he said about he can only rig election in the Southwest and other places, he can rig election. Please, Nigerian election is it's different. It's different at the moment, and everybody is trying to make correction. If you look at it, Jega brought us to the limelight which is through Jonathan. They did a fantastic job. They did a very, very brilliant job. And there is this man from Akwa Ibom who is past INEC guy. He came and he explained even every places that had issues with internet and connections and all of those things. He said they mapped all these places out. Yet, what happened to Mahmoud? He draws back. This guy that we already have as well, he draws back. Now, this guy is already in Tinubu's pocket at the end of the day. So, if you think he's not going to rig election, it's going to be only in the Southwest, I think that narration is not true. And I don't think we should more or less portray that. Election can be rigged anywhere at any time. But most of us are saying that this election is going to be rigged. It's not simply because of the fact that we are saying it that, definitely, yes, or we are scaring people that the election is going to be rigged. No. If you see the antecedents, if you see the way the game is being played, taking 31 governors or how many governors he has now, putting them in the pocket, and you shouldn't forget that the presidency election comes before the governorship election. So whoever wins, if he doesn't win, then, like Wike said, I will put fire in your own nyash too, in your own state. So you have to look at this thing as a game. And to be honest with you, Mr. KJ, sometimes I don't know. Everybody's school of thought is quite different. When you said, Adeleke said he's going to vote for Tinubu because he's a Yoruba man. That is his choice. And I believe that people should be able to say, yes, this is the person I want to vote for. And that's his choice. If you listen, I don't know, maybe you understand Yoruba very well. You see that man that was speaking Yoruba, the last man that Mr. Rudolph played. If you hear what he said Adeleke is on his own. That we voted for you because of what you've done. So you cannot impose on us who we have rejected. So if you like, you follow the man with frog eyes or polo. That's what it means, frog eyes. If you like, follow him. We want to follow who we feel that will work for us. So, you see, anybody can come up and say, this is the person I want to vote for. And I believe that is their own. My own is, don't impose your belief, religion. And if you look at Nigerian election, it goes by religion, it goes by tribe. Those two things, they are very, very key. In Nigerian election, regardless, if you're a Yoruba man, that sentiment is there. If you are an Hausa man, that sentiment is there. Probably, maybe it is the way, it is our culture, way and culture of life. Maybe that's what is more or less rubbing up on us. If you look at the UK election, in which Jagun can say, Sunak was doing well. To me personally, I mean, I don't like conservatives, but Sunak was doing very, very well. But because he wasn't an Englishman, he's a British guy, but he wasn't white. They booted him out. But they won't tell you that it's because he's not white. My brother was like, this election, Sunak is not going to win. Even in Red Hill, in which Jagun will know, Red Hill is a predominant conservative area. When they say call conservative area in London, I don't live in Red Hill. He lives in Red Hill. They are all conservatives. They said they will vote for Labour. Why? It's because this guy is British, but he is not white. So you need to understand that, look, in every society, there are reasons. People are supporting anybody in the world simply because, this one is Shia Muslim, this one is Sunni Muslim. It happens. So I don't believe that simply because of the fact that Adeleke, and that's for himself, But my own thing is, if he's imposing it on people, then he's wrong. So if he says, oh, the Oshu people will vote for him, that's where he's getting it wrong, because that man has already told him. So I believe this election, with the way Tinubu is going with his antecedents, with everything, building house for judges and all of those things, and using the federal might, it's going to, the rigging, I don't see it. Okpebolo entered, nobody contested it, in which, what's his name here? He's laughing. 20 billion votes to today. I don't think Mr. KJ has questioned it. Abi Dexter has questioned it, because we have to look at it. Okpebolo, I don't think he won that election. But who are we to question? That's what they gave us. And we are swallowing it with hook and sinker. Is it the right thing? No. But we should all follow what the Osun people did. Like I said, go and vote your conscience. If it's Tinubu you want to vote for another 4 years of sufferness and everything, good luck to you. But if you feel that this sufferness is too much, I want to vote for Atiku, I want to vote for Obi, I want to vote for Showore, go and vote. See what Osho has given us. Go and vote your conscience. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Sola. Ovie, I give you only 2 minutes. We have to take a break, and when we come back, we rank.
Would I talk? How about Ross?
No,
Why you?
Oh, wait. No, hold on, Ovie, hold on. KJ, you have not. You're yet to speak.
I've not now.
Oh,
KJ has been talking since when he was 16 as a journalist. Right? He's been talking story
Okay,
ever
KJ.
You plan to? Is it because I'm an Igbo man? You want to marginalize me in this place also?
Igbo people don't vote for Igbo people, so
that's what I want to tell this guy. I mean, so it seems you don't know Nigerian politics. But let me help you.
No,
Igbos are the ones who never vote. They don't vote. You see, we don't vote based on tribe. We vote on who we think is ethically correct for a position. And if you want, you can go check the voting patterns in Igbo land. I will leave you to do that. But also, there are also other tribes in Nigeria who do not vote according to tribe. If you notice, the Plateau states and Taraba and all that middle belt, they've always been an MPP-led place. They've always gone along with Nnamdi Azikiwe. So it wasn't because they are Igbos, but because they believe more in that ideology, or I don't want to say they are progressive because there's no ideological differences in the Nigerian politics. But having said that, I also want to say this to all of us. You see, it's always difficult until somebody does it. I tend to agree with what Dexter said. You see, if we are looking for a national rebate, somebody must be ready to grab the horn, grab the tail, the bull by the tail, and turn and face the consequence. If we don't do that, we are never going to get to the place where we're going. And that's been always my point of argument. That this man is a master strategist. What strategy has he shown so far in his political lifestyle or governance that have shown us something that is striking beyond crime, and criminality, and using the people's money to self-aggrandize himself and his cronies? I don't see it, and I don't think anybody can come and tell me this is his strategy. But we are saying that, in essence, what do we learn and what's the takeaway from Osun election? The Osun election shows us that if we band together and it put pressure on the system may collapse and let us have our way. Not necessarily because we have the military behind us, not necessarily because we have the paramilitary or all other or the police. But even in this Osun election, you can see some guys where they were being tried, the army were trying to intimidate them, 2 of them. They fought the army guy, irrespective of the fact the guy had guns. And somebody wrote on the comment, say, we're just letting people know this is what we are going to show you when 2027. It's not going to be about your guns anymore. If you carry your guns, we'll fight you with our bare hands. So what am I saying in essence? A time is coming when these things, nobody will be afraid of the guns anymore. Nobody will be afraid of your uniform anymore. And then the people will march out and take what belongs to them and bring about a change in our society. The society is dying away. When we are growing up, we didn't see this kind of thing. I don't know how many of you listened to Babangida's interview. He said they should be called sense. because for 300,000 naira, he sacked the governor in his time. Now, what are we talking about? We don't even know where, how NNPC misappropriated 6 trillion naira. 6 trillion. No, we're talking about it. This president wrote out how many trillion the other day? Is it 15 or 12 trillion? He wrote off. He wrote it off. A poor country that don't even have primary schools for their children. So what am I saying in essence? I'm simply saying that if we are a people who are looking to make a change, and I'm passionate about it because it is a bad press for a nation where you have the largest concentration of black people who are wise, who have met every ticked every mark on earth, and yet we're not able to produce simple leadership. And when we talk, certain people will think that it is a question of north-south dichotomy. It is not, because when they are putting all of us and pricing all of us, they don't separate us. They say all of you, okay. And if we had things going right, who is South Africa? Everybody is driving us. Look at So what I'm saying in essence, as a believer of the Nigerian project, which has not worked so far, and I'm now moving away to my southeast with no apology to anybody. Look, if we want to build a nation, there are many factors that are totally standing against. We can see it. It sounds like an Iroko tree. If me, who didn't fight a civil war, I can tell you what I see, having grown up to this point. How can you tell me that those who implemented those things don't know that these things are negating against the system? If the system have been running since that time till now, we have not been able to perfect it. When are we going to perfect it? When are we going to say, look, enough of this, it's not working. Let's sit down and rejig the system. And as long as we keep telling ourselves these lies that are not going to change, it's not going to take us anywhere. Because the Igbos have a proverb. Oh, Jimnala, Jongwea. Person who is holding me down on the ground, you are holding me down. You have to stay down for you to hold me down. Because if you stand up, I will stand up. So as you keep holding me, you are also on the ground. We both of us on the ground, despite the fact that you are probably sitting on top of me, but it's okay. You are on the ground, I'm on the ground. That is not anything. When nobody's making progress, that's what they're simply saying. So let us sit and find a way to harness what is good in each region and use it. If that is not happening, okay, let every region harness their own this thing and use it. If that's not happening, then let us find how we can make progress. Are we going to continuously tell people stories every day? Are we going to continuously tell people? I don't know how many of you following the white guy who is in Nigeria right now, going around Nigeria and doing videos of the sites he's seeing. Some of those sites he's seeing, most of us don't know it even exists. We don't know. But if somebody comes and say, look, this is what people have in your country. He has to come
on his first trip. On his first trip here.
We there, have we ever done it? The day I got to Prota Hotel. Sorry, I'll round up in this. I got to Prota Hotel in Akwa Ibom State. I was marveled at what I saw. We tended to stay short, but we stayed very long because the place was so beautiful, Rudolph. You would think you are not even in Africa. Protea Hotel in Akwa Ibom State. Okay, that waterfall. There's one waterfall in Ogoja, bordering Nigeria and Cameroon. We have never cared to develop it. I'm not talking about the Bauchi Yankari Game Reserve, which is now turned to I don't know what they've turned it to. Okay, these are things that if a nation that is thinking don't even have to go far to make our people go round. We develop this thing and encourage our people to go from state to state, visit these things, and people have business. Look, when I'm talking about Nigeria, I'm sorry, sometimes I just go mad because we don't even need to do anything to make money. We just show our people. If you go to rock, the formations, if you go to George, the formations of rocks you see, we wow you. I mean, you can take pictures from now till evening. You'll not be able to exhaust those things you see there, and yet we are poor. We are poor. We are fighting each other. It's sad. So my people, I end with which way forward, Nigeria? I beg you to tell me which way.
All right, KJ, thank you. You were just talking about the white guy showing us Nigeria, and I remember the debate we were supposed to have about Mongo Park, and about who discovered River Niger. You saw a white man discovering Nigeria for you now, and you're acknowledging that. Meanwhile, you don't acknowledge that Mongo Park discovered River Niger. Anyway, we'll talk about that whenever you're ready. Ovie, you're next, and we have to round up. Ovie. KJ, don't respond to me. Just said the debate. One day we'll have it.
KJ is like his boss, Elumelu, who is using English to tell another person that they should not call. He doesn't fuck with English culture. But anyway, yes, as I was saying, the outcome of Osun State shows that there's going to be 2 horse race, which is going to be between Atiku and Tinubu, with a distant third for Obi, just like the way Kwankwaso finished distant fourth. And the results show, I mean, I don't even know which position will be finished this time around. I mean, NDC, if they even show up at all. But 2022 election, they finish 5th. At least they get 2,000. So it counts. So with what is happening, I see that they're the only serious candidates, maybe based on their political currency that is putting them at this point that I'm marching for, which is Atiku. And Obi and Tinubu. Atiku, Obi camp seems to be struggling for resources, and that explains why there are no prominent people around him other than content creators. So it's it's unfortunate that the election turned out to be the system, that the establishment versus the opposition. And the opposition for shots, and just by the action of the victor, 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks after the election, it just can't keep reminding the system that is grateful that however the results comes out, that it is due to the system that produces, and that is because you understand that the victory is not over until the system said it's over, which is pretty much what Wike is mirroring. Wike is not saying he's going there, we're going to be the Alpha and Omega. He's going there, we'll be representing a bigger entity that is bigger than him. So everything that he's going to do there, if it's actually on guard, it will be supported. It's as simple as that. So we can hail the turnout of the Osun State people all we care, all we want. The question we should ask ourselves: what is our input? That's just it. What is our input? Because now people let them, even if it is the dancing governor, it is his love for his people and they love him back. Something is responsible that make the turnouts to be like that. And question we should be asked: are we responsible? That's why I was kind of, challenge Dr. Damage back that the idea that one state is important is not important. We never reached that level yet. So. Yes, why the opposition are pointing out to the people for defending their votes, the man who got the victory saying that the system give them vote, and that's what is going to happen. That's what is going to direct, because come that day, the election will be they go right down, and it will be very ironic and laughable for the opposition to now be saying, oh, it was rigged, because they're not talking about rigging in Osun State now. And I pointed out that about maybe 4 or 3 months ago, some foolish leaders led gullible Nigerians to the street protesting that they should include real-time transmission in the electoral process. And to my own surprise, nobody even raised a word. Is it that the election was that he went through he played out as he wants? Or not, but again, I'm yet to be proven wrong. Come 2027, is Tinubu will come out victoriously, followed by Atiku, and the distance will be. That's what I take out from there. That's what the Osun results, shows me.
Thank you, Obi. I got I get messages sometimes while this is going on. There was one message I got now from a viewer. It says, Rudolph, you should shut down your channel and rest on week on weekends. So we hear these things from different sources, and we continue to do what we're doing. But
Rudolph, it's ironic that people still watch and they still complain. That it's
Right.
it's a human trait that amazes me.
Yeah, the person is watching and is talking about people. I don't want to mention the names, but that's the first line. Rudolph, we need to shut
We are
down.
all here for it.
Huh?
We are all here for it. Any critique that is coming our way, we can handle it and repackage and throw back.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Ovie. But Ovie, you've been talking about. Hold on, Ovie. You've been talking about something I've ignored you, and you keep repeating it again and again and again. So maybe I should just address it so that you don't repeat that. You said that my position about NDC and some other parties in Osun State, when I said that they have to weigh based on the resources they have. Do I go and put in resources to run a candidate? Maybe they don't even have anybody who's a member to run for governor in Osun State when I know that there is no chance. These are realistic situations that people deal with when you get involved. It's easy as a pundit. You are on TV and you're talking blah 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 blah. When you join a party and it's time to run for office, you have to ask yourself: do we have a candidate? Do we have the money? Are we just going to waste the little money we have? Do we even have offices? Do we have members? These are questions they ask. I don't know what their decision is, but parties make that decision. Even in America here, hold on, let me finish. Don't jump in. Even in America here, some political parties, they decide in some elections in some places that there's no need for them to fill in a candidate or to challenge whoever is running. Or maybe somebody wants to try his hand in speaking in public, maybe to learn, they will just go and run for that office. But the party will know that they wrote it off and there's no need to run. That's what I mean. I'm not saying whether it's important in the last scale of things that even in presidential election, you may not win Osun State or Lagos State and still be president. So if you face that situation, you make that call. No need wasting money running for president where you won't win. And spend it where you have a chance. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, but
I agree now.
Because
why I don't entertain that, because of where we are as in terms of the democracy we are practicing. So why are you now? Let me stand on that your school of thought. Why should be worried about Tinubu is not coming out for debate? It's not necessary for him. He has won without debate, and he's still going to win without debate. So why are you worried about that? You are worried about that because whether we like it or not, him coming out, the people will gain something. If all the presidential candidates show up on Osun State, they will, because not all the candidates actually believes they go win. Only one person go win. But they do have message that they want Nigerians to know. And Obi is a prime example. Obi wants every country to everybody in Nigeria to know that there is a better way of doing things. Whether you agree with or disagree with him, or how is he going to spread that message if he's picking and choosing? That is my own argument. So if you are going to stand on what you believe, that just because they don't have the resources or that state is not important, we should start worrying about what Tinubu is choose to do with the debate or not. So it's as simple as that. We are still too young of a nation, of a democracy, of whatever, for us to be picking and choosing. We never reached that level yet. If you don't have the resources to spread your message, get off the way. People they will want to take that position. That's what.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have to go. Master, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rudo. Sorry, I was yanked off and then some things came up, but I just joined back now. So you need to provide some sort of. I'm sorry. This is who I am. I cannot.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Why am I even in the river?
We're talking about Osun State, I think. We're still talking about Osun State. I don't know if you had a chance to weigh in when you were here on Osun election. Does it teach us anything about upcoming election in January? Nobody has talked about the role that Davido played in the election. Nobody has talked about what else did we miss in the?
I did. And his role and the people mobilized.
Yeah. Okay. I think KJ, you did. Yeah. So any angle to that? There are so many angles to that.
Okay, thank you. What I would quickly say, and I sense you want to really, you've tried, I've checked 4 hours, so you want to quickly close the show. So I'll try and be brief. What I will do is I will piggyback on some of the comments that were made, but then veer off on my own tangent of the fact that I think Oshun election is not Nigeria's general election.
Your volume, unfortunately, is quite low. I don't know if you can do anything at all to heighten it a bit.
Is it better now?
Not really.
I can hear you. Master, go ahead. Master, go ahead.
We can still hear you.
Okay, so I think that we shouldn't look at the outcome of Oshun election as a yardstick. Number one, it's a local election. I think the general election would be a little bit different. For instance, sincerely speaking, we all know that tribal sentiment or ethnic sentiment play a lot of role in our elections. So, but if you go to Oshun, how is that going to play? Well, it's not relevant there. Everybody is a Yoruba person. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that the general elections would really be a different election. I'm beginning to sense that this general election may surprise us because in Hausa there's a proverb that when a blind man says let's start playing stone throw at each other, you should check his feet. I'm suspecting that Atiku is sensing blood. This is why he's beginning to play some of the, well, throw the stones he's throwing. I'm also thinking that, look, it might just be different. This is my feeling. It's not even, it's not logical. There's nothing I can put my hands on, but sitting here today in Nigeria, this is the feeling I'm beginning to get. Something is likely going to happen. We don't know what, but I will close with the position that I would advise us not to sit now and be concluding for two reasons. The first reason is logically, or let's say functionally, it's the wrong thing. I'm not a Christian, but I know that it's a big thing in Christianity, or for Christians, that they stand for everything. My sentiment is that this is not the time for us to give up or to conclude that somebody has won the election. This is the time for us to ask ourselves, what can we do? I'm not, in this coming election, not too particular on where the ball should drop, but I think it's important that people like you also, people like me, we should still make effort to at least say that the process should be a little bit above board. Let's have at least some sort of confidence in the numbers that will finally come out. So I think that's the time for, this is what we should be spending the time now for, not to start concluding that somebody have won the election. Because sitting here in Nigeria now, I can tell you that this is not my sentiment. This is not what I feel. We might just be surprised. And the second reason why I think we shouldn't be too locked in, because we know that politics, especially in Nigeria, it keeps changing and changing. It's always, even the politicians, they've not even started campaigning, for instance. The alignments can shift, a lot of things. I'm suspecting, something tells me that there will be a major surprise within the political scene. It's just a sneaky feeling. So I think maybe we should spend more time trying to continue to say
a quick question, if I may.
Let me land, Jagun. It's just one.
It's okay for you to land. No, I'm not arguing. Please do land. I just need to ask you a question.
My conclusion is that I think we should really spend more time analyzing what can be done to have, it's not going to be a credible election, but to have some comfort on the numbers when they come out. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. So maybe, Jagun, right. You can.
Can I go ahead, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I like what you have to say. You are very much an optimist, which is always encouraging. Having said that, those of us that are looking at things in the bare matter, you suspecting that there is a feeling that you have that suggests a different kind of politics will take place come 2027. Would it be organic in your mind, as it's a feeling, that things just mushroom to the point of a positive conclusion? Or is this thing that you're expecting, could it be that it is manufactured, organized, either by the political class or by the people?
I get the essence of your question. This is my take. I would refer you back to the first Trump election, where a lot of people are saying, lie, he cannot win. But
I don't know if you can go down that road. Lie, it cannot happen. You have to understand the opposition that he had. He didn't have any opposition. So let's put. I want to know specifically, if I may.
No, you see, look, just for benefit of time, let me just. I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to say, okay, so let me even be a little bit more open. What I'm sensing, and why I gave the Trump example, is because my sense of what happened during that time, there were a lot of white people that just made up their mind, okay, we've had enough. But they are not going to come out and tell you that it's this Trump that they want to go and vote. They will keep quiet. This is the same sense I'm getting now. People may not be, you can disagree. I see, look, like I said, it's just a feeling. I'm not even a politician. I don't follow the news much. But this is my feeling of it. And I know you like to prove yourself right, but I think sincerely for you to have supported, anyway, let me not go off on a tangent. Yes.
I see.
Let me be a bit more open. I'm beginning to sense that it doesn't look like the normal northerner this time around will go and vote APC. And I'm sensing that the people are just not talking, they are not complaining, they're just keeping quiet, just waiting for that day to go and do what they will have to do. This is my honest sense. And if that, and like I said, when I'm seeing Atiku, I'm like, because these are people, the truth is that Atiku has a lot of people all around. People will feed him back. You know, so the fact that he's even trying to push all these heavy logs around inside the river, I'm like, okay, maybe there's something I don't know. And I'm praying that maybe that can happen. I don't like tribal politics, but I also don't like, I always tell my friends that we are now like Arab countries where the leader is being worshipped. You know, once Tinubu win the second election, everywhere you go in Nigeria, you will be seeing his statue. I'm joking like that, but I also don't want that. I think I'll stop there. Let me not go and talk too much. After all, I'm still here in Nigeria. Before somebody picks me up and asks me questions, I can answer.
All right. I hear you, brother.
Thank you, Maska. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we rant. We'll give everybody 2 minutes to rant on any subject. But while we do that, I'm getting more pictures and videos from Edo, Ovie State, about the road. People are spending days, 8 hours, 12 hours, the Abo Road, and everywhere is a mess in Edo. Let's watch it as we go.
You don't sing for grand.
In luck. You're not broken. On top of the dashboard. Check the other seat. They say, guy, then where you? Don't check this side. This guy on this side.
Alright, now wow. Just imagine what is going on here.
Follow this side.
Imagine which way. Nigeria, which way? Nigeria, which way, Nigeria? Nigeria, which way? Some people they road. This 3 days now. This is the 3rd day. People know you know they move. You know they see no leave, no transfer. Siam. Oh. Hey,
right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us. If you have not liked or shared or subscribed, this is a good time to do that. We are now going to do the rant, which is the final thing we do before we call it a day and hand it over to Forefathers if he's around. I've not heard from him, but he might show up at a later time. So we're going to do, I'll give you 2 minutes. You can rant on anything that is of interest to you. Let me start with someone who has not spoken in a while. Let's see. Apostle Alhaji Femi Yones.
Again, God bless you, Dr. Damages, for correcting yourself. But that said, my rant will basically just, in summary, center around being able to understand where one is coming from on any given topic, and how, for some of us, we approach virtually any given topic you can think of from the point of view of the fact that we're not alone in this world. And once you're comfortable with looking at things from that angle, it's easier to see things from a so-called bigger picture. With respect to the main topics today, for example, I find it quite distasteful to be seen as someone that's pessimistic. And even if I am, I have a right to be, because the way we see things on any given issue is different, and I can't, because I want to satisfy another person's people. I would not be lying to myself. That, for me, it's something I would never do. You can curse me, you can hate me, you can, but so long as I can live knowing that I'm not trying to patronize anybody, I am fine. Knowing, because in my silence, in my meditation, what comforts me is knowing that no matter how stupid my opinion might come across, I know I've done my own research and I've seen things, and I refuse to be fooled. I'm not trying to win arguments. I think I've said it over and over again. Something I just wanted to touch on, since I've managed to make Doctor disappear for now, and I promise once it's 2 minutes, someone should just tell me to stop talking crap, is the fact that just because some of us see the right things, we've seen this before. So I've seen this movie before. Think that, know that in my own subconscious, that the results of the 2027 election was already known since 2023. It's not an unjustifiable argument or premise, because we know how these things operate. We are Nigerians, we're not stupid. And I, just like Masca has feeling, me too, I catch feelings. Just like I remember when I first caught feelings for the first girl. I catch feelings, so I have a feeling that the way things happen in Nigeria, with so far as to know, but I don't know about Jonathan. Perhaps Jonathan wasn't jaguda enough. So far as to know, and the powers that be, whoever those are, the principalities and powers that rule the world, are satisfied with him. Other than that, they will not find a way of sending a John Kerry of our time to come and manage to push Tinubu out. So that's there are things that you've gone through, you see about the world your own way, that makes it difficult for you to think. Overall, I just feel we should go back to our, that national conference thing. Let's go dust the books and reorganize ourselves. This democracy is not working, period. It doesn't matter who comes himself. I've already made up my mind. It's about us, the people, deciding, irrespective of religion or culture or ethnicity, all this nonsense that we're always down to, and understand, like Jagun would say, our position and how other black nations in the world, the Caribbean and whatever, the black people that you have in Cuba, Barbados, Haiti, are still waiting for us. Otherwise, this is how we'll continue. How we leave this world, it will still continue. This is how we're going to continue. We're not serious. So it's my opinion, and I choose to. We're going to come back in 2027. What are we? 2027 is just a couple of months from now. We will repeat the same thing. We repeated. Remember, prior to 2023, it will even be worse this time. That I'll just sit there, I'll be sipping coffee, or I'll just be laughing at people laughing, because all these shenanigans. This is a election that was more like a caricature. Is it because they just left him? They left him now. Didn't we say it? He said the quiet part out loud. Why do we like this? I beg, Dr. Damages, hand over the microphone to the next person.
All right. Thank you, Apostle Alhaji Femi. Sola, the next.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, I want to ask a question. Which sports do you watch?
None. I used to watch American football, but my quarterback retired, and I retired.
Rudolph na geek now. You know they watch sport. The only sport you watch.
The reason why I was asking was because it was because of the earlier football stuff that you showed when Show spoke about it. I think the rest of the world brought sport. Literally, they brought sport to the United States. So you guys should be able to understand what it means. They brought the crown jewel, which is football. So I think you need to join the class of just loosen bits, the geekness a bit, and watch football. Those of you living in America, I know the time is quite different from you guys because it's always in the middle of the night or something. But please watch football. Not the one you call football. That
wait. Let me tell you, I grew up in Nigeria now, so I understand it. But the problem is that when I came here, I started watching American football, and they score points a lot. But soccer now, the way you would call it here, it takes
don't call it soccer,
no score. What am I doing? What am I watching? And they don't.
You're watching athletes anyway.
No. Can I just say, it's the difference between an attention span that is minute and an attention span that has breadth. This is the difference. If you're watching football, all the politics there inside there, but the easy ejaculation that you are doing with American football. Now, wow, we know they play that kind of thing here.
All right. Okay, so let me. My own rant is not about Nigeria. Like I said. When I started, I don't look at what they've placed in the front anymore. I look at what they're exactly talking about in the back. And what do I mean by that? It's what Israel is doing to the rest of the world. And I think we all need to come together, and we need to say it as it is. Because if we all can be calling the Iranians, the Afghanistans, and all these places, if we can be calling them out for all the atrocities that they are committing, I think we should be able to call Israel also to order. They are acting as like a bully. They are doing everything, and nobody can stop them. And yes, I'm not saying that, yes, there is going to be peace in the world. But at the end of the day, we should be able to respect each other as humans. Yes, the Holocaust is a huge stuff, and I totally agree with that, as well as slavery. And Dr. Damages, I beg you, you may not be a TV person, go and watch that Netflix program, The American Experience. It is not by liberals, because as somebody said, oh, maybe it was made by liberal. No, it told a story about George Washington. It wasn't a partisan stuff. It wasn't maybe by Democrat or some biased stuff. They told a story about how America fought the British and how the Constitution was written, not simply because of any form of bias. So people should go and watch. It's a 6 or 7 part documentary on Netflix. Is there, American Experience. So please go and watch it. So what am I saying in essence? I find it very, very difficult if anyone, no matter who it is killing children, is killing women, and these guys are really, really starving. The American people, the media, especially even on Piers Morgan's show, they refused to allow journalists to verify exactly what is going on in that place, to give us substantial information on how many people have been killed, because we are not seeing it. I can tell you, Mr. Rudolph, if this was in Africa or it was somewhere they don't like, they will be showing it every day. It will be in the news all the time, seeking for aid, looking for money. I think we should have empathy for human lives. If we can be saying, oh, the lives of Nigeria matters and every other place of people in Jaws are being killed at the end of the day, I think that regardless of our religion or whatever, I believe that we should be able to have that empathy and that sympathy, not even empathy, we should be able to sympathize with people, humans. So if they start a war again now with Syria, with Turkey, and Turkey has just signed a Mecca deal with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. So a lot of these things is coming, and the reason why they are signing this accord is simply because of Israel, not because of any other person. And someone has to be. I mean, I don't want to go to America anyway, but. Because if this global stuff continues, like somebody said, I don't know who said it, that the result of this Iran war, we've not seen it yet. We might be visiting it in January, February next year. The result, where food prices and everything will go up and skyrocket. So I believe that all these antics that they are showing, that they are doing, the whole world needs to speak up and talk. And secondly, the race for oil, all these ones that they are fighting, that one is not the new race now. It's AI race and space race. If a lot of people don't understand now, there's a new fighting going on now, which is the space race. China is going to the dark side. They've already gone there, just like US did. US did not just take 4 people. Sometimes I just see when people talk. That was not an excursion. There was a reason why they had to send people to that side, to the dark side. They are going there to excavate. China is already doing it. They've already picked up a capsule. They landed a capsule and they've already been able to bring it back up in space, catch it and bring it back home. So they are going on a mission again. I think on the dark side, according to the report, they are going there for rare earth minerals, because currently, according to information, China owns almost 90-something% of the world rare earth minerals. Not that they literally own it, but they're excavating it in all countries. They're already helping Iran now to build some somehow gadget as well to excavate rare earth mineral in Iran. So I think we need to keep an eye on this stuff, even though it hasn't come up to the main media, but I think it's something that we need to look at. Nigerians, like I said, they never suffer enough. I think the Osun people have showed us that they have suffered and they are suffering, so they were able to vote against the APC. Nigerians, when that sufferness reach, when their mumu don't do, they will vote whoever is not doing well. They will only give that person, be you senator, be you House of Rep, they will only give you one time. If you do one time, if you don't do anything, like Okpebolo, where this guy they follow, that one time he go do. The next election like this, maybe he won't kill all of them, or they will vote against him, because at that time they don't know, say, okay, no roads in Edo State. I mean, it's one of the most deplorable states. And it's not maybe they don't have resources, they do. But when they carry Davido don't show his certificate, don't post us. And it's not about certificate anyway sometimes. But to be honest with you, I feel that Nigerians can do better. Osho has showed us the way and what to do. I think the rest of Nigeria should be able to replicate exactly what Osho has done and vote APC out and vote whoever next person, either Atiku or Obi or anybody else they want. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sola. To Niger, your name changed. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damiji. Sorry about that. I gave it by old dissident. Greetings, all the panelists and the chat viewers. I think I concur with some of the alarm that the previous speaker raised regarding some of the antics of Israel. It has become quite clear that they will have to be stopped one way or the other. My prediction, I think more than 2 years ago, I said the West will have to deal with Israel one way or the other, because when a nation becomes so bloodthirsty and feel that they can do anything with impunity, sooner or later there has to be another force to stop it. Otherwise, they will not stop. They will keep pushing until somebody has to stop them. And let's hope that it's not too late. Whole people have not been cleansed. The Gazans are facing some serious problems. A lot of people are dying right now because of the scarcity of resources. Israel is still constricting this in items going to Gaza. They are not letting. Why? That's why they don't want to let journalists in, because they know the war is not, and they want to finish them off. And at the same time, since the ceasefire, a lot of people, hundreds have died on the Palestinian side, and this is the name of the game. Whenever they sign peace, they violate it. They are targeting this thing to Turkey. Where this is going to end, I personally, about 3 weeks ago or so, or 4 weeks, I said something about this stuff is not ended. What is going on in Iran has not ended. What is America after the election? Trump will be extremely dangerous. Because then he doesn't have much to lose anymore. And to be fair, his time is at an end. It's not like he has to run a second time, a third time. So he can become very, very dangerous, especially because America doesn't want to go back home and talk about their problems and go and look at each other, MAGA versus MAGA and all that nonsense. They don't want to do that. The best solution is to escalate the war. And the America is facing serious challenges here, because if they want to escalate the war, there are a lot of Americans that don't want to escalate it. So imagine if Trump decides to go and do it without caring about what the American people think, including the military, by the way. And the American military themselves, they are actually writing statements on their weapons, their aircrafts against Israel. Now, that's how bad it's become, that the American military are writing. You know how when people go to war, they will put on their missiles, they'll put stuff against their enemies. They are doing that against Israel now, while their governments are trying to force them to integrate more with the same military. That is how crazy the situation is. And I really think that Nigerians should learn something from what the Americans are doing now, from Candace Owen, Tucker Carlson, and all those groups. How you take over your country when your country doesn't have the problem of a weak military. Because American politics has been controlled for a long time by corporate and external forces, if you want to put it that way. And these people are fed up of it. The American military is fed up of it. The intelligence is fed up of it. And the intellect and media, critics are fed up of it. Even politicians are resigning, and American politicians that support Zionism, they are actually not getting votes now, to the point whereby they are being deselected in the Democratic Party. Even if they have more funding, they still don't get the votes, because the people are fed up of what Israel is doing, and they fear that they have lost their country and they are going to get it back. And that is the difference. I've seen this happen in Russia, a country that is strong. They will make mistakes, but they will recover easily. But why have we not recovered? They would take their power back and they would put Israel in its place. They like it or not. History has suggested that the Zionists or whatever group you want to call them, Jews or whatever, but it's not Jews, it's just the elites. They have their power for a time, and the people that they operate from will take that power back and do as they please. That is what happened in the Second World War. It's not because you didn't have exceedingly wealthy and exceedingly powerful people from the Zionists during that time. You had them. They were about Einstein. They were some of the leading voices in Germany when Hitler happened. But what happened? The people felt they got fed up, and we don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Whatever happens, they kind of put all the blame on all the Jews. They said that it's all the Jews that are at fault, and they went after them. And at least now, the difference is that they are not going after all the Jews. They're talking about the Israeli state and their policies. That's what people are focusing on. That's the difference now. And I feel like that stands a better chance of succeeding. And this week alone, America almost literally threatened Israel. People don't know, because Israel attacked Syria. America almost threatened them because of it, because Syria technically is an ally of Israel, of the US. So why are you attacking Syria? And America wants to sell weapons and through Turkey to Syrian government to help them, keep their state running. Why Israel wants to destroy it, doesn't want them to have anything. So you can see that the American government had to release statement against the actions of Israel. And sooner or later, they will have to face the music that Israel is not on their agenda. Sooner or later, they're going to go after them. Regarding Nigeria, we heard of the news of the so-called trying to rig the election and everything failed, and in the Oshun this election. People that are assuming that Tinubu has won the election, they should be careful. Politics is a very dangerous game. The moment you become complacent, that's when it really becomes dangerous, actually, because you don't know what could happen. You don't know who could do something, and suddenly the whole mood changes, or something could happen between now and the election that triggers the memory of 2023, just after the fuel subsidy removal and the floating of the currency, the pain that Nigerians felt. If that came back, if that spirit came back towards the election, Tinubu will be in trouble towards the election if he comes back again. But if the environment is showing gradual improvement, which it is showing, let's not make a mistake, there is gradual improvement that is happening in Nigeria. The pressure of paying school fees is less than it was 3 years ago. The pressure of fuel scarcity is less than it was 3 years ago. The fluctuation of the currency is less than 3 years ago. So all those things is giving people a sense of, we may not like Tinubu, but we can't be asked to go and vote for the others. And the opposition party, to me, the opposition party has been a total disappointment and a disgrace to that country. Just as much as Tinubu, they all had more. If you combine the opposition, they had more votes than Tinubu. What did they do with it throughout the period the Tinubu was in office in the last 2 years? Almost nothing. And my own critique of Peter Obi here is, instead of him to use that 6 million votes to take control of Labour Party, he didn't do that. Then he went on and made a catastrophic mistake of going to ADC. Then left that one again. And now he's hemorrhaging people that are working with him. It's like he is not a politician. He doesn't seem to want to really work with people or control people. He just wants to be given the opportunity to rule, and then he will rule well. That is a very, very patchy CV to call yourself a leader. You have so many areas that you're not filling in, because are the people supposed to fill those spaces in for you? You might have integrity, you might be able to govern, but you need to be at least be able to hold the party down and project into the future. He literally went to ADC without knowing that he's not going to get a ticket. Why would you do that? From Labour. And Labour was offering him the ticket. So that's why I think the opposition are a total disgrace. And I don't even understand whether Tinubu is the one that is orchestrating this opposition, because I've never seen such chaotic opposition against the government they claim to hate so much. They say they hate Tinubu, but they can't be able to organize themselves to remove him. And you know what pains me the most? They have the power to remove him. They have the votes to remove him, and they know it, but they refuse to do what it takes to remove him. Who do you blame? Is it Tinubu or them? People should ask themselves question, who do you blame? Is it Tinubu or the people that have the power to remove him? They chose not to. We can blame ourselves for not doing the right thing. How about them that we have evidence that they have the capacity to remove this president from office? They refuse to do it. And then you want to go and fight for them. What is the point? I will leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. We have Jagun, Ovie, and KJ left. But I just want to say something. We can't do 5 hours show anymore. I know I've been saying that, but there's another new reason why we can't do that anymore. I'm negotiating something. It's not yet finalized, but part of what it will entail is that somebody will go and watch all the things we do on this show and get the best 1 hour, join it together, and put it for a TV channel in Nigeria. So we can make people go through 5 hours of days to get 1 hour. You know, we have to help. Anyway, but there are many reasons we can't do this anymore. So I just want people to be aware of that, so that eventually we'll be cutting people off and saying that we can't continue, and people should understand it. Because I know people will think that, why you come in late in the time at the end of the show, why are you not letting me talk and stuff like that. I just want to prepare people's minds on what will happen as we go along. All right.
Can you just wait 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes. I won't go.
Not before me. Oh, I'm here. I've been waiting. It's my turn.
I want to
I can't allow it.
Of what?
Not today, sir. Not today. Oh, me. I get my team to say, make they run.
All right. Jagun, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You see these your moderators. You see how they want you to start breaking all the rules. This one, he came on very late. He comes start from the beginning of the show. What he want to say? He don't break all the rules with that. KJ is now gone because he wasn't able to break rules. This is Nigeria for you. Straight and down, up and down. Anyway, my guys, I thank you all. I don't want to speak as other people have spoken. This is not necessarily a rant. For me, this is what is mindful for this time. And I want to cajole our viewers, the platform, the comment section, to think carefully and deeply about what is your own personal politics. What is it? Do you know what it is? Is it based on the politics that we speak about here on this show and the individuals that are perpetrating our politics today? Is that what our politics is? I want us to think deeply about this question. What is your personal politics? How do you see Nigeria, which is what we are, ascribing, or should be ascribing, is what we are really attached to in terms of what is heartfelt, what we think about generally, our culture. What is our politics? Because I can tell you for nothing, the politics of everybody that we speak about is politics of selfishness, of self. It's not what they're dealing with is nothing to do with you in the iota. Nothing. It has zero to do with you. I don't know if you fathom this as yet, because the way we talk is as though it's the most important thing in the world. Let's talk about this part. Rubbish. I mean, I don't want to I need to stay within my bound. Forgive me. What is your politics? And I want us to be able to expound as far as we can, because it's not easy. It's not an easy subject. Expound as far as we can as to what it is in a nutshell, and what appeal that you have if you are the leader, let's say, or if it's a politics that you would like to be associated with, let's say, or if what it is that you believe you can vote for, let's say. I'm going to give you an example. This is my politics. My politics is one of deep observation of the way I look at the whole planet and what it is that has happened to my people over the last 500-600 years in this world, and even further back historically, for who we were supposed to be, who we are in actual fact. This is where my politics comes from. My politics speaks about, let's go far back as a transatlantic slavery, and what our part was as Africans, Nigerians were in that whole history. And what part did the European or the foreigner play, the Arab? What part did they play in our politics? 1. 2, the historical obfuscation, the historical hibernation the historical covering that takes us out of the picture entirely and has another taking our heritage, taking our history, taking our science, taking our education. All this thing is my politics, and I want to take it back to say and suggest that this is who we are. That is my politics. I continue. As we move forward into today's world, where we see the kind of horrors that are being played by the so-called colonialists, let me just put that term upon it, and how they are playing the game in reality. All this politeness that we do as Nigerians, where we want to be sucking the ass of Oyinbo, all that, me, I don't do that kind of thing. I've never done it in my life. In my life, I have been my own best friend. You understand? I choose me over Oyinbo anytime. That is my politics. Because why? I've seen them do it. Because why again? I contain love. And in that, I know how to give. I'm a giver. We as Nigerians, we are givers. Oh, me, I've been given by Nigerians, by my family. I've been given. I've been treated with such, not just kindness. What's the word that they use when you are always giving? I've forgotten the word for now. If anyone can come with it, I'll be grateful. What I'm trying to announce is that forward thinking, or my politics suggests that we as Africans, we as Nigerians particularly, have what it takes to bring ourselves to a new balance within 10 years. And the showing of it would happen within the first 2 years, and the actuality of it would happen in 5 years. The actual putting in the ground forever would happen in 10 years, and we'll carry on from there. This is my politics. What's your politics? What do you think we can achieve? Because if we think we can achieve anything by the politicians who are there today, we're all crazy and we deserve everything we get. Because it shows me that none of us is thinking. You're not thinking. If you don't have your own politics, if you're not thinking that what is happening is not where I'm directing my own, where I want to direct my own life. What is happening out there is nothing to do with me. They're all talking rubbish and they're all talking selfishness. And we on this program want to propagate their rubbish, speaking as if it's a reality. It's not a reality in my life. And I will go as far away as I can to find the reality that I need for my life. I'll prefer that to take place in Nigeria. I prefer that to take place amongst my people. Generous is the word I was looking for. I contain generosity. So many of us contain generosity. We are Nigerians. We are generous people. Are we going to do away with everything that is good about us? Because that's what's happening. That is what is happening. And 2027 is only going to be deepened in the folly that we take as politics. Folly, rubbish, inane nonsense. We are going to put our vote against who? Tinubu. Against who? Atiku. Against who? Obi. Obi, I can guarantee you he's not getting anywhere near power. He's missed his chance and he hasn't used 4 years well enough to engage the chance. Oppositely to what forefather just said, that trust, Tinubu is not just going to win like that. And then he went ahead and said all the reasons why Tinubu is easily going to come in. Very strange position, as far as I'm concerned.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I end to ask people, please, think again. What is your politics? Because you can forget about what they're offering you. Thank you.
That was very profound. Before I come to VA and Obi to end the show, let me use this chance to maybe air my own rant. This was what I wanted to play for you guys at the beginning of the show today, but I saw another video that changed my mind. But let's watch the first one. So when Tony Elumelu talked about how he was addressed, somebody called him, the lady that called him Tony, that he's an African and he doesn't entertain such. It made me to think about Africans. Who are we? Just like Jagun just posed the question, what is your politics? Who are we as a people? Do we factor that in all the things we do? I'm sure you've seen videos of the emphasis that African children, where our emphasis are, when we compare ourselves to other people from other countries, and where that could lead us. So that was what I wanted to talk about today in my rant. It's not about picking on any religion, especially different religions in Africa. But then I saw this video, and this one was the one that made me think that maybe I don't understand why people do what they do. Let me play this. Somebody said this.
What goes there goes down. I bought a land. The Enoge, very friendly, said, okay, this your money not rich. It is just a little more than what we will give for 50 by 100, but let me just give you 100 by 100. A few years passed. I had not developed it. I didn't even have the money. Then she just came to me. You should have even told me now. Look at the embarrassment they give my father. You want to start building. Why did you destroy? I said, me. I said, but they are already building the place. Na joke. We entered the vehicle. Got there. Who is building this? Who is building this? It was sold to a major. And they gave me the beating of my life. I was 9 days in coma when I was discharged. I went to the place. So that they would not beat me again, I didn't alight from the vehicle. I just threw it inside there. The major died. The son died. The contractor died. All of about 9 of them or so died. I cannot even enter there because I don't know the spot, the exact spot that you put it. Whoever enters there goes down. This land is not useless. It's useless. I don't mind. We can say today, tomorrow, is on baby. If you step your feet onto this whole area.
I didn't know what to make of this. I'm here trying to.
That was a true confession. Huh?
I know. That's what I'm saying. And he said it on a podcast.
If you are not a descendant of Onoge, you cannot understand.
Who is Onoge?
You see how? That's the
head of the community.
You don't understand. So, am I thought now, or you are still trying to?
I can't.
We don't talk this morning.
I can't add it all together, but I hope those who are watching can add it together. I always believe that one side is feeding the other one. The more there are people like that man talking about, carefully, basically saying I put in something there and people are dying and it's all right. The more people are pushed to the other extreme of, okay, they're about to wipe us out. We have to do whatever we have to do to dramatize that to God to save us from this war that is so dark. And there's something missing. I haven't been able to put it together. Yeah.
Rudolph, I think that podcast was in reaction to the Ijo trying to the threat they were threatening the Asari Tokumba and the people with the Gele thing. I think he was trying to say how powerful he also mentioned the society he belongs, Osokbikan. He mentioned it. This is a secret society which he belongs to. So he's trying to tell them how powerful he is, that he can drop something on the ground, that if you enter, these things will happen and all that. It's so sad that such words can come out in the public. That guy is a very prominent, educated, and a very, very popular guy in the city of Benin. I know him well since I was a child. So it's not a small boy. He should be in his late 60s. That guy talking there. So he's not a small guy. He's very popular in the streets. He does a lot of Benin programs and Benin dramas. And he's very close to the palace too. You know, it's sad to hear him go that level. If it is to threaten the Ijaws that are trying to fight the Benin, I understand he was trying to say how powerful he is. In that context, I'm surprised that he's saying you kill people and all that. They don't even know how to frame, maybe frame their words not to commit themselves into some. You are liable to such things. If family come up with court cases now, what are you going to say? Mm-hmm. You know, it's so sad that people just talk anyhow. It just tell you how downtrodden the society has become.
Hold on.
If they are so powerful.
No, hold on. KJ,
their land is being invaded by Fulanis. They've not gone to throw that in. So
thank you.
KJ, hold on. I'm feeding into that now. This is another thing I wanted to show. This one was in Kenya. The guy stole somebody's bike and they sent bees after him. And I think it's also common in West Africa. So this is what I was thinking. These people who can do this, we have to actually reach out to them.
Exactly.
That they cannot send bees after people stealing government money.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't they use this power if they have that kind of power?
Yeah.
To save Africa. Obasanjo talked about this long time ago about using it against South Africa. But there's something that we're missing. I think we are moving in the wrong direction in so many ways. If I don't know, I will articulate this one better one day, but this is something that it bothers me really. Okay, that's my rant.
Can I just land this?
You guys, I just came.
I beg your pardon. It's important. It's important. Everyone has spoken on what they just saw.
KJ, your line is not good. Nobody muted you. We can't hear you, KJ. But KJ, your line is not good. Jagun. Okay. KJ,
Jagu is breaking the rule. He can't say anything. Let him not say anything. The rule.
No, don't be rude. Don't be impressive.
The rule. No, bro. The rule. Stand out. Speak. Okay. OB, speak.
You know, all I was going to do was to end that subject. You were just on.
No, don't say anything. Don't say anything, bro.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Breaking the rule. Don't break the rule. Don't break the rule.
Okay.
You are just trying to revenge. But
Rudolph, I agree to you, Rudolph.
Stop cutting me off.
Don't break the rule. Jabu,
don't cut me off.
Using Nigerian law. You are breaking the rule. Don't do that.
All greetings to my guy Rudolph Okoko. Thank you for all the wonderful tirelessly you have constantly do this, and it has really helped us with the narrative. There are a lot of things you said that you put forth for today's discussion. We are all very touching and unfortunate, you know. Ovie, Oga KJ and Baba himself, the African man, the security man, I greet you, forefathers, with due respect. I just wanted to react concerning the Lumelu issue with the little girl. You know, I think our society, we just, everything is an issue with us. I don't know why. I worked in the bank for years. from stockbroking firm to a bank. You know, when you are doing induction in the bank, different staffs come in, and people from outside also come in to take lectures, different lectures. You know, they're going to tell you how this organization work, the do's and don'ts and everything. Just to onboard you, is a section of almost a 1 week section that you have to do that before you meet the CEO or meet the head for a briefing before you are posted to your various departments. So it's a protocol that these things are told you at the point of employment, that we call ourselves by our first name. That word is very emphatic when you are doing an induction in the bank, because they copy all these want to become the world-class bank, want to become the first bank in Africa. They tend to they copy the Western ideology into the system, as in the do's and don'ts are told you at that point. So this guy must have attended that one of those classes that tell you we address ourselves by our first name. That is what happened. If you call a guy Mr. and Mrs., they will look at you as whether you are JJC or you want to put them in trouble. Because mystery shoppers comes to the bank to hear what you call a guy, and they send queries, and they can suspend you for that. So this guy, I am sure that she was not trying to humiliate, neither was he naive, or whether she was not bankrupt socially or bankrupt by way of respecting the guy himself. No, she was just trying to practice what was taught her a few days ago in that induction program. That was why she emphatically used the first name to address Oga at the top. You know, so to me, all this conflict of culture, conflict of behaviors and all that makes these children more confused than even with the adults. Everybody has blamed her that she's not well brought up, she's not this and that. Who told you that? Who told you? This girl was told, in this bank, we address ourselves by our first name. Throughout my stay in the bank, I never call Aide Mokwede. I never call him by Mr. Mokwede. It's Aide, everybody call him. Everybody called the one that died in US. What's his name again? My CEO. Everybody, they will even tell you, call me by my first name. That was how those guys roll. That was how they roll. What is Wigwe? Everybody call him Abat. In the meeting, I have been in the meeting with Wigwe, and it's Abat. And he will listen to you, and he will never shun you down and all that, you know. Whether it's after you get to 60 years, you now have to change your ideology. I don't understand why these things are happening. Because I know Tony, that I know that this UBA have always accepted Tony. When UBA was growing, when UBA became like a first-class bank and they bought it from STB and all that, we knew all that. But the way he demoralized that girl had trended throughout Nigeria. She's not going to last in that bank anyway. She's going to leave, because she's not going to be able to stand it, except maybe he will adopt her and make her want to stay back, because that was a very wrong signal at that point in time. You were taught in class, address everybody by their first name, because we are a corporate organization. This thing is told in black and white. You understand? That girl was not disrespectful. She was just trying to practice what she was taught in class, and she wanted to use it as an example with the guy himself to see how she impressed him. Not knowing that it was the other way around. She was going to bring in culture and everything in and all that. That is why they have also taught children that they should be socially intelligent, culturally intelligent. There are some things that you are told. If it is me, I know that Tony Lumelu is not a staff of UBA. He's the chairman. At that point, because I'm experienced anyway, I could want to reason as in, do I need to address this guy the way I will address my immediate boss? Or because he is not a CEO at that point, he's coming from outside. At that point, it might need you to use your intelligence to know that this is not a staff of the bank. At that point. So that little girl who had no experience cannot reason along that line. So she just got to do what she got to do. And that was sad that she became a trending factor in the whole internet. I thank God for her anyway. I just pray that she doesn't take it the other way around and just grow and be able to, you know, further her career, you know, with the banking industry, you know. And come to those state thing and with the road thing and Okwevolo and with what's his name, Oga OVA with his I don't understand. Last year the picture of Squawk was really let us see road. Today, Kwakwaso is in the ballot. You have forgotten Kwakwaso. We don't know where you belong. All those things where they do, they make us say they do. Maybe you'll be what do they call her? TikTok producer. Be you be content creator. That you they try create. I don't understand because be that it may. You see, there's a governor in Delta State. There's a governor in Akwa Ibom. There's a governor in Anambra, a governor everywhere. Did you see them enter Osun to go and start using the so-called nonsense idiot called hype men, insulting the sitting governor? Those were the narrative that brought about this video you are seeing everywhere. Road is bad, road is not bad. Government house road, where me and you they pass, where would they? You know that road now, we follow after Oyegu house, you go follow the what do they call that school again? Go past beneath your house before you branch, enter government house. That road is what you saw in the video. People were trying to now show him exactly what he's doing because he did too much. He was insulting the governor for God's sake. Is it illiteracy that makes not to know how to play politics, so how to talk? Anytime he's on the headline, it's for all the wrong reasons. That is my problem with him. He should talk less now. Why didn't people like the guy in Data go there and hold mic? They all understand that, man, this is my fellow governor. Now we go meeting together. Which one go they talk? They were in the background supporting. You don't need to come out and begin to fool yourself now. This is where the education, the exposure, the learning, this is where it fall out from. When you are so drawn down behind and you don't know when to talk, how to talk, which one be hype me for Benin of you? Which one be those two boys? We video for 5 boys, make they beat them, make they beat them. Eh? What is this one that did that the video should not come to Benin again? What does that mean, for God's sake? Eh? What does that mean? You provoke the guy had to now fight back and fight dirty with you. Now you are angry that he posted the result. The result is all over the internet now. Is it him that posted the result first? We all know that the result is what it is anyways. So you see the behavior of these people is showing because of their inexperience, because of their unlearning situation. They are not learned, they are not educated. You know, it's showing even as a governor for over almost 2 years now, you still don't know how to comport yourself, when to talk, when not to talk, how to talk, and what is necessary to talk about. This is come by experiences. It comes by being at the relevant position where you are. You respect your fellow governor. What will happen? What will happen if they dance so called? That is just his way of cooling down his tension. It's okay. It's okay. But are they getting dividend of democracy? Eh? You're telling me that there's a dancing and all that. He was the one that brought the whole media upon himself because he went there to do extra. We call it extra. Go and campaign. He was doing extra. That's exactly what he saw. And it's so sad that we are in the news again for this same reason. And for a sure election, I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them. But I just pray it should be a litmus test for the major election coming. So all of us should be careful. Let us tell our people that we know, please register, try to vote for your conscience, and stay and make sure your vote counts. That day, I'm going to cook bag of rice. I'm going to make sure that the station where my people are voting, there will be coolers of rice. People will chop and drink and be waiting for that result. And we will replicate it as much polling unit as possible. That's what we're going to do. Let's do it all over the country. Let me see how the figures will come from Abuja. How they're going to ring. At the end of the day, probably it will turn to the revolution we are waiting for since that will come around at this time around. Let me just assume that if these people in Osun have played this game that they play with those people in front of INEC, you see what would have happened. And I think we need people like the kind of tracking that the video tracks. I think we need such technology all around the country so that as soon as the figure is dropping, we are updating and we will have the figure before then. And they cannot change it by God's grace. Thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you so much, OBE. Let's go to Ovie. Ovie, you are next.
Yes, Dr. Daniel, don't worry. I won't take your time. I will not. I refuse to be distracted. Now, to clear the Konkozo issue, just for the sake of education, it's what they call politics 101. Konkozo launched his presidential ambition for 2032. In 2022, he launched it. And the only way he can establish a legitimate pursuit for that seat was to win Kanu State. Somebody said, was to make sure he established his base solidly by winning Kanu. And the easiest way to do that is to overwhelm Kanu's APC political structures at that time, coming from outside in. That is why he launched a presidential campaign. And everything worked out well. They overwhelmed Kanu State. They won Kanu. Now we have to stay focused. So if you are wondering why I'm not promoting him as I did last year, because he doesn't need to. Obedience are doing a better job. The only problem Kongozo was having was to penetrate this, to be sellable in the south. And Obedience are doing exceptionally well. Kongozo is everywhere in the south. So what's the point me putting that on my head? I have to focus on my locality. So, and as I said, I will not be distracted by responding to that, but I will say to my Ikoko Edo people, we are doing well. Stay focused. Regardless of the distraction, anybody won't pull off now, it's too late. Let's stay focused. To this point, we are doing well. We have been able to produce the third leg of the Edo State government by getting the speaker in the name of Honorable Yekini, who is now the Speaker of Edo House of Assemblies from Akoko Edo, from my own local government, is to say we are on course for 2032 in producing the governor of the state after Monday Paolo. So we should stay focused. We got that position not because of anything, but because of this one and only support of the governor, the performing governor, Akpaka rescue of our time. With the support, we produce the speaker. And we are going to replicate it by making sure that all the polling units in Akoko Edo is delivered. Because we need Tinubu to come back to Asu Rock in 2027 to guarantee our victory again in Edo State. Then talk as if we know no book. So in order for us to do is to use the federal might. They say we know no book. They not say we no get access, we no get power. So we are banking on Tinubu victory to unleash that federal might on Edo State again for us to come back. And once we come back, we are one step away to producing the next governor of Edo State to the Akoko Edo people. So I say stay on course, stay steady, stay prayerful, as the Bible says. Forget Dr. Damage trying to regulate all those prayer warriors. Stay prayerful. And to the juju people, them, we don't want they will go tell us they will get juju when the time comes. So we are not using our intellect because we don't know book. We know Sabi read. It is our result shown at this level. But what we have is our collective majority, the non-speaking English people, the illiterate, and the Olodo uprising. What we have going on for us is the sheer number of our dumbness. And I'm happy that we are awakened. Nobody could tell us who to vote, what to do again. So, again, stay fit, let them to speak their grammar to condemn us. It matters not. The goal is victory. We are going to use the educated lawyers, the so-called educated judge, and the police. They are on our side. We get the number to hold them. So, again, don't be carried away with any insults, anything thrown at you. We've seen it before.
All right.
We can only pray for more exposure to come our governor way so we can, use it to our own advantage. Nothing that will tell us we will never hear before. No be only us, no be fair people know no book.
Okay, thank you so much.
Why they rush me now? People use 3 hours.
Because we don't have time. Wait, this is 5 hours 34, and I started.
No, only my time. I no get time. Only my auto. I no get time.
This is your governor. I just got the video. So I didn't know that he also dances.
Victory dance.
All right. On that note, I really want to thank the people that joined us today on the show. Everybody that joined us, thank you so much. Those that watched at home, thank you. I appreciate all of you. Those that supported us, I want to thank all of you. Kulata, thank you. Dr. Gomez, thank you so much. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to host Kayode Ogundamise, who is going to be here to talk about Osun election and matters arising from that. Again, I want to thank my producers, writers, and all the other people who help us behind the scene. Thank you, everybody. Forefathers, you are going to have a show after this. So Forefathers, we have a show so you can continue the conversation with Forefathers. I see somebody joining in. This is something we are not going to be able to do in weeks to come. Again, thank you all. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nyekelanio Chukuna malugo yobia diocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebiwe solea Mano agaranya mua Oboye afyozie nipa kwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezio lisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we peluge peluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wanem Nikadiezi bohimo